Hey, welcome back to the Garage Warlaw Show. It's Monday, December 26th, 2022. Episode 644, I think. Tonight we'll have a few special guests. Our big special guest, Damon Packard, and we might have John Goris come on, and who knows who else will drop in for this special live Monday night extravaganza. We have two people watching. I'm on a few minutes early. I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat. So, Damon, all you got to do is click on that link. It'll bring you into this incredible high-tech StreamYard program. So, once again, it is Graphic Man is in the audience. He says, woohoo! And Michael Taylor says, hello, Gratu. Hello, Michael. It's the Gratu Orloff Show, once again. Live from Kensington Avenue here in Philadelphia. It's beautiful. Let's see, what is the temperature here? Temperature. Michael Taylor says, hi, Graphic Man. It's 4 degrees here in Kensington Avenue. Tomorrow the low will be 3 and the high will be 33 degrees. A very Masonic number. Who else is appearing here? Hello, hi, Michael Taylor. I swear I stopped drinking this shit, but he was dragging me back in, man. What's wrong with this fucking fluid? Well, 90 degrees there in Graphic Man land. Yeah. Well, we have you beat. It's colder here. 4 degrees. So anyway. What can I show you that's fascinating? My wife is here. Says, hi, handsome. Michael Taylor. Gratu, there's a documentary on the Wrecking Crew. Yes, it's a very good documentary. Yeah, absolutely. And when you watch that documentary, then you'll be able to know where all the music that you loved from that era was all really created by that Wrecking Crew. All the TV show themes you loved, theme to Bonanza, the theme to the Munsters, all of that was the guitar work of, man, what was that guy's name? Gotta look it up. Hey, Siri, who was the guitarist on the Bonanza theme?
Okay, I found this on the web for who was the guitarist on the Bonanza theme.
No.
Check it out.
No, you're wrong. Hey, Siri, who is the member of the Wrecking Crew who played guitar in the Bonanza theme?
Okay, I found this on the web for who is the member of the Wrecking Crew who probably played guitar in the Bonanza theme. Check it out.
Check it out, dude. Stupid AI. What was his fucking name? I'll just Google it. This fucking thing doesn't know shit. Pardon my language, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Wrecking Crew was the nickname for this these studio musicians that you could hire to make your record sound better. So the Beach Boys and the Monkees and every band you've ever heard in the '60s um, utilized them, and then those theme songs that you loved from the '60s were of course done a lot of them by the Wrecking Crew. Uncredited guitarist, Wrecking Crew. Tommy Tedesco, yeah. Tommy Tedesco. I'm sure David Packard will know all about that when he appears here shortly. I don't really know how to contact Damon Packard. I just told him to meet me here tomorrow. Last night, I told him to meet me here 6 o'clock his time. He's in California, 8 o'clock my time here on Kensington Avenue in beautiful Philadelphia. So, 11 people viewing. Nothing else to do on a Monday night after Christmas. Batteries have all worn out and all the new Christmas presents. Okay, enough of that damn Coca-Cola. I got smart water that will allow me to become more intelligent. Glenn Campbell was a member. Yes, that is true. But the guy playing guitar on the Munsters theme and Bonanza, that's Tommy Tedesco. He recorded albums on his own, but he's pretty much someone you have to be in the know to know about. And watching that documentary puts you in the know. Oh, we have 13 people watching. That's unlucky. We need to have someone else join quickly because that's a very unlucky number. We don't want unlucky numbers of people watching. Today's my birthday, Michael Taylor. Happy birthday, Michael. That's cool. Graphic Man says, do you have his solo albums? I might have one, but I think what I've done is record them off of YouTube onto DVD-R, which is what I get a lot of music just from YouTube these days. Shamefully, but there's no record stores here locally. There's no comic stores. There's no stores. There's a supermarket. There's a couple of handful of restaurants. There's a flower shop. There's an antique store that has nothing of interest to a cool person. Not that I'm a cool person, but it's all a bunch of foo-foo, grandma shit. Okay. It is 8:07 p.m. John Goris, are you watching? If so, put your comment in the comment section down there below. Michael Taylor's 56. Yeah, you're right in the age zone. I'm 57. I'll be 58 in April. What about the crib is they've got some cool stuff. That's where I got for my Christmas present, which is a wind up 1940s Popeye. He's on roller skates, uh, which I put on display. I never even wound it up, which is, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like one of these people that won't take comics out of bags. I should wind it up. If it breaks, it'll still look cool on the shelf. Might as well see if it works, if only one last time, and get it on tape. Michael Taylor, happy birthday. That's a great fossil age, says Graphic Man. Man. We need to go to the Picker Nose. Okay, there's some place called the Picker Nose. It's not here locally, though. Thanks, Graphic Man. I mean, there's a bunch of cool stores. I just have to drive about 45 minutes or an hour away, and so I shouldn't really complain. It's just like in the age of the person that's currently residing in the White House, the prices of everything has gone up, including gasoline and everything. Oh, Gotham City Comics is here. I didn't even notice him coming in. And then Graphic Man says, hello, Gotham City. I need to buy from you. Waiting until you move and get settled. Meyer Greenblatt, it's in Des Moines, my wife says. Okay, Meyer Greenblatt is here.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay.
Just
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Have you ever seen any of Damon Packard's films?
No, I haven't watched any yet. I just learned about him recently. I think watching maybe like one of your old videos or something, or maybe a live video from yesterday or something.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking to him. He was in the chat.
Yeah, that was it. I subbed to his channel and just kind of looked over everything, but I haven't watched it yet.
And apparently on Tubi TV, he says he's got all of his stuff there.
Yeah, I heard him say that, or I read him say that.
So, we lost a viewer. Good, we're at 12 now. We're no longer at the unlucky 13. That person was worthless anyway, that motherfucker.
You can thank me. He was one of my haters.
Oh, yeah, when you pop on, he goes away, huh?
Exactly.
Scary.
Follows me to all the podcasts.
Graphic Man says it's Meyer time, and Michael Taylor, yeah, that skating Popeye is great. Damon made a hella funny flick about something we can't mention on YouTube. Although he has a whole video about it on YouTube, but I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that for sure. I did. I heard you say
like,
that.
It's like something. It's a werewolf movie about all of that stuff. Stuff that we're not allowed to talk about here in this free country. John Goris, are you here in the viewer? Let me send him a. Let me just. John. Have I programmed his name in? Oh, there it is. Hey, John, this is Gratu. Come on. I'm on live. If you want to play around with it and see if you how you're. Oh shit! I think he picked. Oh, he must be calling me. Hello? Yeah. Not much. You wanna try experiment because Damon Packard's not on yet. You want to try experimenting coming on?
Yeah, let me do that. Okay, I'll jump on the channel and see if it works.
All right, sounds good. All right, bye. I didn't realize how famous John Gores was for his amazing animation and artwork. He's because Damon Packard said he's a legend.
Wow.
So he's never tried the StreamYard, so I'm gonna see how his laptop works with it. He'll be on in a minute.
Cool.
Let me see if there's a way. Is there a way to send people messages through YouTube?
Maybe if he has if he has a channel, there is like you can.
Well, Damon Packard has a channel, but I don't know.
I think you can message him in the creator section, like if you have the creator, the creator app on your phone.
Yeah, the YT Studio or whatever.
Yeah. I think that there's a way to like for actual YouTube channel creators to direct message each other in that way.
Oh well, I don't know.
I've never done it, but sometimes it happens to me when people leave comments on my videos. Sometimes it'll show up in that section when they are creators. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So, how was your Christmas?
It was good. It was mellow. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you sent me a link and I looked at it, and that's something I'm already subscribed to. It is a really cool channel, that Sleepcore or whatever it's called.
Yeah, that's it. That's cool. I'm glad that you already knew about it. Yeah, I enjoy that guy's work. It's pretty cool stuff. You can just kind of leave it on your TV for a couple hours straight in the background. Yeah,
there's a channel called Everything is Terrible, and they made a movie. It's not on YouTube. It's called The Great Satan. It's on Tubi TV. That's definitely something to check out.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out. I haven't seen that yet.
Add a comment to one of his YouTube videos. That's how I met you. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
it's the same with me too. That's how I met all you guys. Comments.
That's what we ought to do one night, is just talk about how we all met each other, because I don't even remember. It's just like I don't even remember. This whole last year or two has just been a surreal weird thing. I mean, all of a sudden I realize I'm more than half a country away from where I lived for since 1976. Well, except for 1 year. It's pretty surreal, although I keep seeing Nextdoor app, I still have the Nextdoor app on my phone where people communicate, I need a handyman or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like people being kidnapped at the local Target, and just SWAT teams with 20 cars. It's like, I'm kind of glad I don't live there anymore. Here's John Gores. Oh, there you are. You're there. It's just the sound is a little. I don't even use. Everyone else uses earphones. I just talk straight into the mic that I guess is built into the laptop, and it.
I do the same.
Wait, it might sound okay now.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I got to wear the shades because I get really freaked out by seeing my own eyes.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I should be wearing shades because I have the beginnings of cataracts and all these freaking lights. Eyes, and also I have these floaters. I've got all these problems happening, and it's like
so you actually have a good reason. You're not just being weird or wearing your sunglasses.
I just don't like bright light, man. It's just it creates these flares, like in that what's his face, that director that everyone hates now that did the new Star Trek movies.
Oh yeah.
Can't remember his name.
Yeah,
I thought I was gonna like him there for a while until he started making Star Wars movies.
I liked his Cloverfield movie.
Yeah, I like that too. But he's like a lot of directors that start off promisingly and then it's like I can't like what happened.
I liked his Mission Impossible movie. I mean, it was entertaining. I mean, it's the Mission Impossible movie.
I didn't know he made one.
Yeah, I think it was Ghost Protocol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it was cute. I liked it. It was, was what it was.
Lead Paint Damon Packard is kind of an underground filmmaker out of Los Angeles that's become like I'm talking about, has become disenchanted with a lot of his childhood heroes and actors and stuff. And he's,
of course, I mean those guys. I mean, Coppola. Well, Coppola, he doesn't really do anything anymore. So, I mean, wine. But Lucas. I mean, Lucas doesn't do anything anymore.
No.
Spielberg. I mean. I mean, the stuff that those guys were making in the 70s was, amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So Damon Packard has made these movies that I think are hilarious, that make fun of a lot of that, and just they have his films show a love for the 70s and the movies of the 70s and hatred for a lot of today, and I think he was basically living in a tent, I think, and then he inherited some money and he made a movie called Reflections of Evil.
Yeah,
and I think he printed like 20 something thousand DVD copies and sent them to every celebrity and put them under windshield wipers. I don't know if whenever he comes on, he can tell us the story. But
yeah, I gave my copy to Bill Plimpton, who's I guess he's a famous, somewhat famous independent New York animator.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And I don't know if he ever watched it, but I gave it to him. I said, "This is a really incredible movie. You should check it out." And so I gave my copy away because that's what I used to do. I used to, just I would wear movies out. I'd watch them just continuously all the time, and just until I just I had to lose them, had to pass them on to somebody, and that's how.
My wife loved your sketchbook you sent with all the skull art. That's
that was a fun one to do. I did some more. You want to see some other pages from? It's right here. So
sure, I can give you full screen.
I'm waiting.
I didn't.
Some of your art.
I didn't realize that's who John was, and that was an outstanding sketchbook. I remember that video that you made of that package.
Oh yeah, I went to the whole
some random crap here.
This is
let me give you full screen.
Let's see, how do I?
Yeah, no, it's everything's backwards on this StreamYard crap. Yeah, that's great.
That's like
really cool
page. And as you can see, these are much more.
Oh, that's good.
Much more painted. I'm working on another thing right now. It's another thing very similar with skeletons. I'm taking an old song that I actually already made a music video to, animated music video to, by this band called Masters of the Obvious, which was from way back when. They were a childhood fave that I used to buy their tapes through the mail, and they were kind of like the Circle Jerks or the Dead Milkmen. Similar kind of sensibility, kind of like punk rock, but funny. They're kind of a funny punk rock band, and they had some just hilarious lyrics, and so that's what I'm gonna make another. I'm gonna take the same song I made the last one too, and just make another video about it. Because when you don't know what else to do, I always figure, like, when you don't know what else to do, just keep on doing stuff, even if you're like repeating yourself, because eventually something interesting happens when you do that.
Yeah.
And it keeps you in motion, you know, it keeps you like in the habit of making stuff. If you're not in the habit, then, well, I don't know. I mean, I've never been out of the habit of making pictures. So I don't know what exactly that would be like for me. But with animation, it's kind of, animation is like a real bug. It's a real bug. I've tried to quit it for a while. You know, I would tell myself, okay, I'm getting really stale, and nothing good is coming. And
Well, what kind of camera do you use? Do you use your phone, or what kind of camera do you use to do your animation?
no, I use a Flash mostly. I use a Macromedia Flash, which is a vector-based program, which I do most of the stuff in there. But you know, sometimes I'll take actual like photographs. The animation will be more it's photo based. So like if I'm doing like stop motion, that kind of thing, or if I'm trying to achieve a specific sort of effect. Otherwise, I'm using vectors. I don't know if that means anything to non-graphic arts people. When I say vectors, it's basically just you're working on the computer. It's flat stuff, and yeah. So I don't really my stuff isn't really camera centric. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I use a computer. Yeah. So
Graphic Man's asking if you're into the obviously the Jason and the Argonauts skeletons.
oh yeah, I love Ray Harryhausen. You know, I saw something interesting the other day. Well, it was a few months ago. It was you know, the famous sword scene where I guess Jason and his buddies are fighting off like, you know, 12 different skeletons, and Ray Harryhausen was shooting it on three what would you say, for every second there would be like 10 frames. In other words, 10 frames of like photography, right? And that was just to kind of accelerate the process. He might have been shooting it something faster than that. I forget. Or he might have been doing it 1 per 1, you know, 1 picture per frame, which I don't know. I forget what it was. But anyhow, long story short, there's some kind of computer algorithm or some kind of AI. I mean, pretty primitive AI, but it would take this animation, which was admittedly kind of choppy, you know? I mean, that was the magic of that stuff, because it looked kind of real, but like at the same time, not quite real. You know, it looked kind of like, kind of, you know, kind of freaky, which, you know, that's what you loved as a kid, because you saw that and it looks real, but it looked like surreal at the same time. And you knew that your brain was being effed with, right? So, what this computer program did was it like smoothed it all out so that it was just much smoother. All the movements and everything were smoother. And I was watching it and I was like, I didn't think I would like it. I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna look horrible. This is gonna look like some CGI, just garbage, because this isn't what Ray Harryhausen did. You know, that's not what he did. They're taking what he did and they're doing this whole treatment to it. But then I saw it and I liked it. It was like, wow, it's like really smooth. But at the same time, it's like, it's not what he did. It was something else. And if he was alive today, you know, if he was alive and making stuff and active today, he'd probably be using these programs, you know, to make smoother animation. If he was making stop motion puppet animation at all.
Yeah.
Who knows? He might just be like a strictly CGI guy. I don't know, because he was just from a different world altogether, really.
Yeah, my friend was always saying that CGI should just be used to smooth out actual, photographed animation.
Yeah.
There's very, very rarely does CGI always, just to me, looks like video games, and it's just never.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I think some filmmakers use it well. I think Guillermo del Toro uses it fairly well. That's just because he's a smart guy and he knows how viewers' minds work. I don't like Del Toro that much, but he's a smart guy. I like what Takashi Miike does with CGI. All his movies are pretty heavy CGI. I mean, since the millennium. So, but he's another smart guy who knows how to manipulate it in such a way that it's interesting. A lot of movies that are like super crazy CGI, all these Marvel movies and everything, they don't know how to use it, not in any kind of intriguing way or endearing way or interesting way. It's just like just a barrage of CGI coming at you, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, at least not now. But I think when they started that first Iron Man movie, there were a lot of scenes where you weren't sure if that was if it was practical effects or CGI.
Yeah.
But that's a whole world away from the Marvel movies being made today. Those early ones were quite something, I think. And I was excited by them for a good, 10 years before they got shitty.
Oh, I didn't hang in for that long. I saw the first Iron Man and I was like, okay, it's all right. I like the Thor movie, the Kenneth Branagh Thor film. I thought that was kind of, I don't know, it held my attention. I don't know. I can't. I can't mess with any of these recent movies. So I mean, I checked out on that like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. It must be now. So, I don't know. I remember watching. I was watching it on a small screen, of course, but it was one of the recent. What was it? It was one of the ones with Captain America. It wasn't Captain America, but it was like the one after it or something. And I was getting I was just kind of not really that into it. So I don't know what I was doing, but my brain was too overstimulated with stuff or understimulated. I forget which, but I turned the volume off because I just wanted to watch the visuals for a while. So I turned the audio off, and I'm like, oh, this is so much better. This is like visually, it's really nice, but the audio and the music, which that's half your film, right? Wasn't doing anything interesting at all. It was just the same type of music and the same, and emphatic, sound cues that they use over and over, and just very uninteresting, not engaging, not creative, just like blah. And yeah, that makes that when I have to turn the audio off in order to enjoy some aspect of a movie, that's not good,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that second Captain America movie was, I thought, one of the better ones. Winter Soldier movie. I don't know if that was the one that you were watching, but I hung in there for a while. You know,
was that the one with Robert Redford?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I remember kind of being somewhat interested in it, but
Well, were you ever into comics as a kid?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Mostly I was into Conan. I liked Conan a lot. I liked the Hulk.
What got you into skeletons, do you think? I'm sure people have asked you that question before.
Well, I was always drawn into horror stuff. More than anything else, really.
But specifically skeletons. I mean, I know when I was a kid,
Yeah.
I would buy the horror comics that had the skeletons on the cover far more than I would if it was some other kind of monster.
Yeah, well, I was probably the same way. I don't know if I was really all that into skeletons as a kid. I mean, I liked them. I thought they were always cool, but I didn't kind of really relate to them too much until I got older and started thinking about, my own mortality more. So then they sort of kind of occupied more of a space in my psyche.
Yeah.
Because, death is just so far away when you're a little kid.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I checked out, when I was little, I was into all the Marvel and DC comics. Well, I say all of them. I collected, quite a number of them. I wasn't like rabid avid because I just had other interests. I just had too many interests going on at the same time. But comics was something I was always interested in, and I always drew. So I was always interested in drawing, and I wasn't really aware of design. I definitely responded to design, but I wasn't really aware of it because, like, when you're a kid, you're not thinking in terms of design. You're thinking of, oh, this looks cool, or I like this, or oh, this is drawn well. But then I got into more kind of like. As a teenager, you get more interested in like, European comics and, underground comics, and things are a little bit more, I don't know, subversive but it was a funny time because like back then, like you had subversive comics. Like, I don't know what the subversive comics nowadays would be. I don't think that they have any.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. Maybe that Red Room, that those people that do that Red Room comic.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
But they weren't as subversive as what in the 70s there were head shops around you could go into and get at least reprints of the 60s underground comics, and some were still coming out that were extremely out there.
I was really into Faust.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, in the 90s, that was comic stores in the 90s, or was it late 80s? Probably the 90s started having back rooms. Like video store would have the adult section. Comic stores started to have a back room because there were so many of these adult titles coming out. And Faust was basically like an ultra gore Wolverine, wouldn't you say? With nudity too.
Yeah, I mean, like just insane, like sex and violence. Like,
nobody talks about Faust. I'd forgotten about that. Everyone loves Spawn, but maybe because Faust didn't last. But it seems like there would be people there'd be more of a cult.
Yeah. There was that movie. The movie wasn't very good. I think it
Was
was
it a
like
live
a
action movie?
it was a Brian Usna film.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah,
Nowhere.
it wasn't very good. They were like, I guess they were going for an R rating when, like, in order to do that comic justice, you just have to make it like it would have to be like an NC-17 or something, or
Yeah.
just like X. It would have to be in the same category as like at least as like a Caligula or something, you know.
Yeah.
And you'd have to have more money. You'd have to have more vision. I'm surprised no one has done something with it now. I mean, after all this interest in like superhero movies, people say, "Oh, they're so sick and tired of the superhero movies," which I totally hear you. I get that. But why wouldn't you take something like Faust and like do something crazy with it? You know, because I think that there's like would be like now there would be like a real appetite for it. I mean, look at stuff like The Boys. I never watched The Boys, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Right? That's like a kind of an edgy thing, right? And then there was like The Watchmen,
Right.
and there's like what was it, Wanda or something, or so there's like all these sort of like more adult oriented superhero things that I think like it did like now would be fertile time for Faust to be made, but no, I'm not going to make it. It would take someone with more money and power than I can command. But Have you seen his stuff recently? Tim Vigil's artwork. It's gotten better. I mean,
no, I didn't know he was still.
No, he's still drawing. I mean, he's a busted up old man now, but his artwork is beautiful. He made like a bootleg Batman comic.
Oh, really?
Some of the stills from that, and it's really gorgeous. I mean, I don't really care about Batman or Joker or Harley Quinn or any of that crap, but he does an amazing version of all that stuff. It's really creepy. It's really intense. Yeah, and he was an interesting character. And then of course I liked Frank Miller and John Buscema and
yeah. Well, let's see. Lead Paint saying the comic Crypt of Castle Hills is always showing these adult comics or these. Yeah, I let's see. I like Captain Beyond says I like the superhero movies because they make the value of my comics go up. Well, to me, man, I think the Marvel movies up to the point where they did the Captain Marvel movie, and then they started doing TV series that, to me, that cheapened everything because you have to watch a TV series in between the movies to understand things. And it gets to be like these stupid Star Wars movies where some character will appear. It's like, oh, you should know that character because it's this cartoon and this video game and these comic books. And it's like,
totally oversaturated.
Stand alone.
Yeah. And it's complete oversaturation too.
Well, what I liked about what Marvel was doing. I didn't like. You're right. The music. Well, in all Hollywood movies, there's no good composers really anymore.
And then they're using like all these like old like 70s songs, right? They're like using all this music.
That started. When did that start? Where they would get one catchy pop song from the 60s or 70s that people like, and then they would put that in the trailer or they'd put it in the movie and take the goodwill that comes from hearing that song and people would attach it to that movie.
It's totally cheap. It's emotional blackmail.
Yeah, what were you saying, Meyer?
I was going to say it's like Led Zeppelin doing Cadillac commercials.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's like Tim Burton might have been the guy. I remember Beetlejuice. They used Harry Belafonte's song, And
Right.
then it seems like in every one of the Tim Burton movies, they'd use a Tom Jones song in Mars Attacks, and it seems like he's the guy that would just get one. And now in every trailer, they have some 60s or 70s song.
Well, I mean, it's Scorsese really started that trend.
Well, yeah, I wasn't mentioning Scorsese and Lucas because they would fill the movie with music from that time period, and that was. But I'm talking about that was appropriate, and that was really amazing. American Graffiti, that was very different from just taking one song and putting it prominently in the movie just for that effect, because American Graffiti, it's nonstop music from that era, from the beginning to the end, and it's very effective. And then I think Scorsese was doing that from the beginning.
I was watching a Lost Highway recently, the Lynch film.
Yeah, Lynch would do it too, and John Waters also.
Yeah, but I think Lynch did it well in Lost Highway because he was using contemporary music that was like fitting for the time that he made the movie. It's not like he was. It's not like he was reaching back and trying to manipulate you with like some old song that you heard 10,000 times, that he was going to use in order to make you like this thing that he was showing on screen. That's
I watched one of those. I think it was maybe the Last Jedi or the Return of the Last Jedi. I don't remember which one it was, but it was one of those fairly recent horrible Star Wars movies, right? Yeah. And I made it maybe about 10 or 15 minutes in, and I cared nothing about any of the characters. And then something supposedly humorous or cute happened on screen, and they tied into some of the classic John Williams soundtrack, right? And then I paid attention and watched a little bit more just to see how disgusting the Star Wars and Disney marketing team was. But they were using the soundtrack from our childhood movie that is tied into our hearts to try and sell us this new shit. And it was really ineffective. It just made me angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked out of Star Wars after the I didn't like the prequels. I didn't like the prequels at all, and everything after that, forget it. No way. I'm old trilogy all the way, and not the old trilogy that was remastered with the digital crap. That's an abomination.
Yep.
Right.
So to me, Star Wars ended in 1983.
Right.
It should have been left alone, but.
Yeah.
I watched the Return of the Jedi. I don't know, just a couple of years ago. I thought it was great. I loved it, and it wasn't just I'm gonna be 10 years old again. No, I just sat down there with a critical eye, watching this as a movie. I mean, knowing pretty much what happens to it, like from memory, but I was like, no, this is damn good movie. It flows well. It's beautiful to look at. It's everything just clicks. It's nice, And Empire is even better. I mean, of course, everyone agrees Empire is the best, and yeah, it is. And I can't say anything particularly good about any of the recent or any of the other Star Wars. I tried to look at little. I just couldn't.
Yeah, there's nothing. They're pointless. But when I saw Return of the Jedi, I remember thinking they have the Death Star at the end because Lucas wanted to film it the way he wished he could have done in the first movie. And I was thinking, why didn't I wish they had something different at the end instead of, something we've seen before, but just more the bigger version of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could see that as a criticism.
That's
but
just how I felt.
it kind of bookends it.
Yeah. I just wish that it was a different kind of thing that they had, and the Ewoks to me weren't cute, and they just looked like
when I saw it when it came out in the theater, I was like 10, and I didn't like the Ewoks. I didn't like the Ewoks at all. They were teddy bears, and when I was 10 years old, I wasn't into teddy bears. When I was 10 years old, I was into monsters. So I loved the Monster Planet. That really got me going. Jabba and the Rancor, the freaking pit. that was my jam, man. That I was in love.
I think what I heard is that the suits overall, the people in alien suits were done by different people, and so they just looked a little more. It didn't look as good. The guard, the tusks, and they look more like people in suits. I see these people playing around with AI art on Facebook, and someone did some kind of AI art with Return of the Jedi mixed with something else. I don't know, but the fucked up version of the Ewoks that appeared, I thought, boy, that would have looked good in the movie, because their eyes were either, I think, farther apart, where it just didn't look like someone in a suit. It made it look like they were actual alien creatures. Oh, Damon Packard just says just woke. Okay. So we're gonna let's see. I remember buying packs of the original Star Wars cards. Okay, I better put a link here for him in the little in the chat here. Let's see. He'll have a lot to say about. He did what the funny. Have you seen his mockumentary about Star Wars?
The Lucas, yeah, that's great. It's amazing.
It's like Christopher Lee was playing what was Count Chocula or something like that.
I love the disgruntled employee at the end. He's like in rebellion against Lucas.
Okay, wait, did I see Lead Paint's comment? I wonder if it would have worked out better for Star Wars that after the original trilogy, they just plodded along like Trek and just put out a movie every 5 years or whatever, mostly standalone movie. They should have gone forward with the characters while they were young, instead of going backwards, because I don't want to know the origin of Darth Vader. I didn't need to know that.
No, he was an archetype. He was this guy who lost his soul to the machine, and now he was 3/4 machine, and his son needed to save him from himself.
It's like he knew what he was doing at the time, that he was making a new movie serial, and then he convinced himself over time, no, I was doing something very philosophical. It was Joseph Campbell's eternal myth, and I was doing this and that, and it's like, no, you were doing a movie serial. You were okay. We got there we go. Serial. Whoa! How you doing?
Hey.
Whoa!
I've got two computers on here. Wait a minute.
How you doing?
I'm gonna have to quit one.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'm gonna have to. I don't have a. I have to use my laptop because I'm on my desktop and my laptop, but there's a delay. And
okay.
Let me see here. Hold on. Maybe if I try to plug in headphones, it'll work. Because I can't hear anything coming out of this laptop now.
Okay.
Damon should wear like 20 headphones like he did in Reflections of Evil.
There we go. Yeah.
remember the 20, like the headphones all over you.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I was taken aback because you are so much. Either it was an illusion or you're so much thinner and healthier than you were back in the old movie Reflections of Evil days. It looks like you've lost 100 pounds.
Well,
Or was that an illusion?
that was an illusion. Yeah.
Oh,
I was a little heavier back then, but I'm still getting a delay here.
uh-oh.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Okay. I've got two windows. Should I have the StreamYard window open or? Okay. I
That's
see.
what I have.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's what was going on.
See, I just have the StreamYard window open, and I don't have any microphone or headphones. I just talk straight into my laptop. It seems to sound okay.
This
And Johnson
laptop
was-
has terrible speakers, and I can't hear anything out of it. And
Okay.
I had my desktop here open, but there's a delay coming through. God, these headphones. What is going on with these headphones? I need a new pair of headphones.
Is this a bit? Damon, are you doing a bit?
No, I'm just trying to get this set up. Oh, God, this is a mess. Why is these headphones? Let me see if I can. Hold on a second. So, what were you guys talking about?
Well, we
Star
were
Wars.
just talking about how much we hate everything, but we were in a discussion of Star Wars. Somehow it got to, and
Let's see, how do I
and
do
how
this?
much
You know who's always talking about Star Wars?
Who's that?
The film threat guy, Chris Gore.
Oh yeah.
And it's weird because he got me thinking about Star Wars a lot.
Okay.
You know, I like film threat. I like Gore. Sometimes he has some interesting insights into films and popular films that I just wouldn't have thought of myself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was back in the 80s when he had his magazine. He seemed to be really into all this that Nick Zed, Lydia Lunch stuff, and now he just seems like a normal nerd. He's not as much.
Didn't he put out George Budgerite stuff? You know, the necromantic, all that stuff.
I remember that. It just Chris Gore. When I read his stuff in the 80s, I thought he was more of maybe a scary guy in real life, being into all that
No,
stuff.
he was definitely more kind of like
Maybe he was someone who cuts
underground
arms and stuff, and he has his last name is Gore, and now I see him on YouTube, and he's just like an ordinary guy, He just doesn't. I feel
his sensibilities, film threats sensibilities have definitely gone more mainstream. Damon, you've been on the show, right? The film
No,
threat.
I never. No.
Oh, come on, dude! I seen you there.
On Chris' show. Oh, yeah, Chris. Oh, sure. Chris is a longtime friend of mine. I mean, Chris Gore. He was one of the first. When they had Film Threat Video Guide back in the late '80s, he was one of the first people to review my Super 8 films back then.
Oh.
Yeah. No, he's a cool guy. I've known him a long time. And I was on his recent streaming show. Yeah, we definitely share, the same viewpoint about how terrible. Although Chris is a very mainstream guy, he loves the Star Wars films and he goes to Comic-Con and all that, and so he's still kind of on board with a certain aspect of mainstream pop culture. But I really like his views on how terrible everything is now. And,
yeah, he doesn't love the new Star Wars stuff. I'm pretty sure.
No, he doesn't. Yeah,
no one does. I mean, somebody does, obviously, but
well, I think I think he has some nice things to say about maybe some of the new thing. I don't know. He went to all the premieres and everything. I know that when they came out.
Oh yeah. Well, so what is it you're seeing tonight?
I'm seeing, at the New Beverly, I'm seeing a film from the early 70s called Cry for Me, Billy, 1972. it was a toss up between going to the Los Feliz and the New Beverly. The Los Feliz is showing Flashdance, because I just saw Fame there a couple nights ago. They're doing this whole early '80s musical, leg warmers thing. And I was going to.
I never saw Flashdance.
Yeah, it's been years. I mean, I think I saw it, at some point years ago, but it was. I was trying to decide what do I want to go to the Los Feliz or the New Beverly? I think I should go to the New Beverly and see the other thing. So yeah, that's what I was going to go to, and some friends of mine will be there. So yeah,
I gotta ask you, what do you think of how do you pronounce his name? Refn?
Yeah.
What do you think of his stuff?
Nicholas Winding Refn.
Yeah.
Well, let me think. I mean,
Neon Demon. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was. He's interesting. I mean, I'll give him. Definitely find him more interesting than I mean, yeah, he's somewhat interesting. He comes off, and from what I've seen in interviews, as a little arrogant in some way. But he's definitely an interesting guy, and he has a very interesting, I don't know, film history sort of knowledge on things. I don't really know much about him other than that. I mean, I wouldn't have. I don't have anything bad to say about him.
Yeah, I never heard of them.
Really? Neon Demon, that other one, the what was the one? See, I can't. Drive. Well, that was pretty good. That was all right. That was pretty good. And then
Only God Forgives.
Only God, right? That's the other one. Yeah. I mean, I would say, yeah, maybe not everything about his films work, but at least it's they're interesting. So I definitely would give him a lot of credit for doing his own thing, for sure. It's very difficult making movies, making independent films, and so yeah. What do you think of him?
Let me think. Yeah, I mean, I like his stuff. I find it, entertaining, interesting. I mean, I kind of vibe.
I want to see some of his early. I haven't seen. He did the Pusher series, I think. I've heard those.
Oh, yeah, I gotta see those. He did some recent. I guess he was the producer on some recent series about like cartel. It was like a cartel melodrama called something. Too Old to Die Young. I heard it was really
right.
good.
Yeah. I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely, someone like him, I'm far more interested in than a lot of other people in the field.
Sure.
I mean, people who are doing sort of offbeat, independent, non-mainstream movies. It's not easy today to do that. So,
Well, I mean, why do you? I mean, I agree with you. It's not easy. But why do you say that it's not easy, like now, as opposed to like?
Because there's so little market for it. I mean, you'd think there should be more of a market for it with distribution the way it is. There's so many people out there with interests and everything, but it doesn't seem to be the way it works. I mean, the amount of money it takes to make a movie, movie making is just not a very profitable. It's too expensive to make a film. I mean, the costs in doing something worthwhile, anyways. I mean, unless you're just throwing something together for a few $1,000s out of your pocket, which so many people are doing now. But I mean, a properly financed film where you millions of dollars, tens of millions, that's really tough. If you're not, it's and there's just there's no way it's not profitable. It used to be, I think, a little more. It was always difficult, but there used to, I think, at least be more.
And movies, and movies are like ubiquitous now. I mean, like so many movies are just free for, available everywhere.
There's no value in them, right? That's the other thing. I mean, there's no value in films anymore. They're everywhere. Everything is completely, since the digital era and since everyone's making them and since the field became oversaturated with them, there's nothing special about them. And
it used to be what like once upon a time it was so difficult and difficult in order to learn the tools like the tech, and it was so therefore expensive that like only the most tenacious and just insane and determined people were able to make a movie. And now like anyone can make a movie.
Movies from 40 plus years ago, independent films, whatever they are, little exploitation films, they have so much more value and they're more interesting, even if they're not very good, even if they're terrible. They just have a certain collectible or appeal to them or value to them because of
like Hardware Wars, right?
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, that was one of the first. Sure. I mean, you had to raise money. I mean, if you were making a movie in the 70s, you had to raise money. You had to learn how to work with film equipment and cut and edit and mix and dub and everything else. It was not everyone could do it.
What you get from those older exploitation movies, to me, is a more it's just this wonderful glimpse into that time period that you don't get from a Hollywood production that's filmed on sets and on a backlot, because they go out and film and you see a Holiday Inn or a Kentucky Fried Chicken in the background, and you see reality of what things really look like back then. And to me, that's neat.
Yeah, like a movie like I Drink Your Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if they were making that now, like remember when they were remaking like all those bloody old 70s movies? Back in like in the early 2000s, with like The Hills Have Eyes, and they were remaking.
I just watched Kiss on Your Grave.
Right. And Texas Chainsaw, all this. If they had gotten around to I Drink Your Blood, it would have none of that just local backwoods charm that film had, because they were like making it out in the freaking backwoods.
Well, you're talking about a particular aspect of low budget exploitation films that were regionally made by sometimes first time filmmaker or people who are new to the business, and regional in the sense that they got real people, non-professional actors sometimes, and that rubs off on the movie. It definitely rubs off, gives it a certain quality. If it's
like Last House on the Left, right? The original Last House on the Left. I saw the remake recently, and it's not terrible, but the people in it, they look like LA models. They look too clean, they look too made up, they look too fit, they look too unreal. Whereas the people in the original film, they were like genuinely kind of scuzzy and edgy, and like some of them worked in porn, and they were just they were real kind of dangerous.
None of those Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequels, remakes they're all worthless.
Yeah,
and I remember one. It seems like I saw the trailer, and the house that the killers lived in looked like some southern plantation with pillars or something. I mean, the original showed that was actually filmed in Texas and near Austin and used real places, and it looked real. You know, that's just they can never recapture that. It's just I'd rather watch Blood Freak or
Blood Freak. Yeah.
Have you ever seen Eaten Alive? I like that one too.
I've seen Eaten Alive. I didn't really have that great fond feelings for it. I'd have to see it again. It was a good one. Did you ever see it was called the Headless Eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool movie. That reminded me a lot of Driller Killer.
Yeah. Driller Killer is another, good example of, that sleazy first time kind of exploitation film. Pigs is another one.
Pigs. I never saw Pigs.
Early 70s film from this actor, I can't remember his name, made it, and it had his daughter, who was an actress, star in it. I can't remember the details, but I mean you can't get sleazier than that as far as the regional, sleazy exploitation. But I like all kinds of movies. I mean, not necessarily, a fanatic for sleaze cinema. I even like some mainstream movies. I like foreign films. I like classy films. I like, all kinds of things. Tarkovsky, Bellatar, Fassbender, Ridley Scott. I mean,
Yeah, I recently watched Kubrick's Lolita.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great movie. That's a
fantastic absolutely movie. Sure, yeah, of course.
Because it's people think it's all about this guy being obsessed with jailbait or whatever, and that's just like the surface of it, but it's really about a middle-aged guy, like dealing or not dealing very well with his own mortality. Mm-hmm. And he sees he realizes this is like the last time that he's going to fall, madly, passionately, insanely in love with, a woman. And granted, she's 15 years old, but, a woman,
Yeah.
And he could have turned away from that, like in his mind, he could have said, no, I'm not going to go crazy. I'm not going to go down that route. I'm going to have a normal life and, be with, women around my age and, be a respectable person and, not break laws and go crazy. Yeah. But he can't. And he's like, because he realizes that, like, for him, like, respectability and like doing what society deems is okay is, for him, that's kind of a form of death. For him, that would be like a death. But he knows that going the crazy route too is also death. He can't avoid it. Either way, he's screwed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I love that fellow. I love all of Kubrick's films.
Yeah. It's kind of a conventional movie in terms of its filmmaking and storytelling. The way that the thing is bookended and everything. It's not a very Kubrickian. Is that the word? It's not a very. It's not a very. Auteur, you wouldn't call it like his like an auteur film of his. It's more of a journeyman piece, as he was coming up in the business.
Well, how was this Fableman's movie? You were saying it's pretty awful.
It's not awful. It's just it's just empty. It just. I'm so, most movies now, I'm the most jaded moviegoer on the planet. Sure. So, I was just detached from it for the most part. It was just, I just didn't find anything particularly interesting about why he would want to make that story. My first thought about it was, well, what's so interesting about his, you'd have to embellish the heck out of his life in order to make it an interesting story. I mean, what's so interesting about family drama and
Is this
what it was?
This is Spielberg's new movie?
It's about his life. It's sort of his experiences growing up and his his family and the marital problems and his relationship with his family and his passions and his dreams and schoolmates and things like that.
So what I would have liked to have seen is showing 1960s, his influences as a 12-year-old or whatever. And did he not do a very good job of that?
No, I mean, it doesn't really get into that. It's more of a sentimental movie. It's a melodrama. It's a very heavy melodrama with a lot of family sort of drama going on. I mean, good performances and everything, but it's not. I mean, who cares?
It doesn't show a childhood bedroom with copies of famous monsters, stacks of them. It doesn't show anything like that.
I don't know. No. I mean, I was actually more interested. By the end of the movie is the point where he's starting to sort of get his foot in the door at the studios, and he meets David Lynch. And I was actually more interested if he's going to do a biopic on his life. I'd rather see the next 10 years of his life, or his early TV years. If they're going to do that, the sort of bland, made for TV way, because that's what I mean. It really does feel like the kind of thing he should have just made for Netflix. It's not necessarily a big screen movie.
I don't know what I mean. It's all of those guys
run out of idea. What else is he going to do? He's done everything. I guess he'll just make a film about himself now, even though it's not that terribly interesting.
But I mean, what was the last thing he did? West Side Story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was, nothing special. I mean, I fell asleep.
No. Yeah, I mean, I was wanting to freeze frame in the drugstore or whatever, the comic book rack in the background, all these 1950s comics. But it's
it just doesn't feel like, I mean, people love these films and praise them, and everyone has a different reaction to everything. But I just feel so jaded with everything. I just feel like there's nothing really new or interesting, and there's no real genuine inspiration behind a lot of this stuff.
Right, but if you were to see a screening, like if you went tonight and they were projecting in 70 millimeter or whatever, Raiders of the Lost Ark, it would be just like you were back in 1982 or 81, wherever that came out.
Probably not, because I've seen that movie so many times. I love it. It's a great movie, perfect film, but I think that excitement has faded away. I've just seen it so much.
Okay, but when you first saw it, I mean, I can remember when movies were events. And you would line up, that's what they call them, blockbusters.
Yeah.
And it's like, and now there's just no excitement.
Oh, no. That excitement you're talking about, that spark of energy, long gone, years ago. I mean, it was gone 25 years ago.
When I started,
30 years
it was ago. Like there was that year when all the great movies came out, so like, what was it, 82?
Yeah.
And then, the summer of 84, I just started college, and all the next wave I thought was coming out. There was a sequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark, a new Star Trek movie, all these. And I thought, well, I got a job in a movie theater at a Lowe's in Texas. And
oh, really?
Well, so I'm going to be, working in this theater, and I'm going to see all these great movies came out, and they just weren't as good. They were disappointing.
I think the mid 80s, like the big mainstream Hollywood films started to like not really be hitting it.
Well, the second
you know,
Indiana Jones movie,
like
he had
Temple.
to,
I don't think Temple of Doom is. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Okay, so I really had to rewatch. But I
love Temple of
remember
Doom.
it's
his
not.
screaming girlfriend. Spielberg had some screaming
It's not very good, but I
girlfriend.
like. So I would qualify Temple of Doom as something that's lacking as far as audiences like to flock to these mindless action films that have nothing in them. I mean, absolutely nothing. And I have nothing against that. It's just that they're all so bad. They just put you to sleep instantly. All that action and especially in the CGI era. But at least a film like Temple of Doom would qualify as a mindless, dumb popcorn movie that is actually kind of creative and inventive and intelligent in a way for that sort of thing. So
but compared to the one
well,
that
I
came
mean,
before it,
yeah, but I mean, like compared to Raiders, I mean, like Raiders is like, like you said, it's perfect. I mean, there's nothing you could change about Raiders that would make it more like. There's no criticism of Raiders. It's just a perfect piece of just
but
pop.
those kind of movies are one in a billion. When they're that good, when they're that perfect. So.
Sure.
but there were a lot of movies that came out in the 70s and early 80s that just knocked you out. And it just like you just like you had tears in your that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, they were trying to keep it going with like you had like what was the third Mad Max film? Beyond Thunderdome.
Yeah, that was another disappointment after Road
I mean,
Warrior.
the first half of Beyond Thunderdome is okay, but once they got to the with the little kids, I was out. And I tried to watch it recently, and I had the same reaction that I did when I was young.
Yeah,
I couldn't deal with it.
It's not very good. Yeah, it's. But I'd still take it over what came later. Even the mid '80s kind of make later years look inspiring in some ways. Look like almost like the last renaissance of creativity.
I agree.
It just got so much worse. Even the late '80s was worse than the mid '80s. The mid '80s at least had some leftover washover from the early '80s, which was a washover from the '70s, the creativity that started in the '60s.
One of my favorite films all time is did you ever see Dead End Drive-In?
Yeah, have I seen that? The Australian film?
Yeah.
Is it Australian?
Yeah.
I don't remember it very well, but
Brian Trenchard Smith.
Yeah, that's yeah. He makes
to me, that's a beautiful film.
Yeah,
it's just perfect.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it says so much just about the modern world and just being like controlled by like pop garbage and just being fed like just trash culture, and how they keep you in these how they keep you in this prison of just nonsense. The premise of the film is that it was made in like 1985, and they tried to sell it as like a Mad Max kind of film. That's how they tried to like sell it on sell the VHS. And but basically the scenario is it's near future. There's massive unemployment and everything. A massive surplus youth. The nations of the world don't know what to do. So they set up these camps, these like internment camps, but they set them up at this drive-in, at these chain of drive-ins. So like if you stay for the second feature, then you never leave. You're never getting out of there until the government decides what to do with you, because you're just like, you're just like useless trash. So they're just all these kids are just in this prison, this internment camp, and it's but there's this one guy who like who has a spark of life in him, and he wants to get out, and it's a beautiful movie. I love it a lot.
It's a great idea. Yeah, I did see it, but it's been so long. That's a good one to revisit, though.
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening to the commentary on it, and the director. It's so funny. Like years later, directors will complain. Oh, I didn't have enough money to do this, or I didn't have enough money to do that. And it's like he was talking about this one shot in the film where the warden of the camp, the prison, the drive-in is talking to the young hero, and there's like a shot out the window, and in the back of the fence, the border, the wall, there's all these like houses back there and everything. And he says, "Oh, I wish there weren't those houses back there. I wish we got a better location for this." And because it looks like the place isn't in an isolated enough area that the government could be doing this kind of thing. And I'm like, no, it actually makes it more intense, because like there's stuff happening, and there's like houses like right outside the fence, but the people outside the fence, they don't care what's going on inside the fencing. It's like, what's going on over there? They don't care. And that's kind of like how reality is. I mean, you don't care what's going on over the other side of town, or, the other side of the river, or, the other side of some, your walled in, what do you call it? Gated community, that's realistic. It's not, it's more real. The limitations that like reality put on you are more real than the thing that you wish you had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You're sure? Yeah. No, he's.
Well, it goes back to what you were talking about before, like that regional thing, that local thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He. What's his name? The director. What's his name again? The Australian director.
Brian Trenchard
Smith.
Yeah.
He was. I ran into him at the New. But he used to go to the New Beverly.
Oh, really?
He was living. I don't think he lives out here anymore. He was living in L.A. Maybe he still does. I don't know. But
yeah, he made some trash in Hollywood. He made one of those troll films.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one it was. I don't follow the troll films. I think he made Night of the Demons Part 2,
Mm-hmm.
or was it Night of the Demons? He made something like that, and he just whatever. He had a couple of good films in him back when he was in Australia, and I think that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, didn't he do a couple for Corman or something? He did a couple of post-apocalyptic movies in the Philippines.
Did he? Oh, well, that one might have been around the same time. He did the other one of his that I like. It's not as good as Dead End Driving, but it's pretty cool. Is Escape 2000. It's also known as Turkey Shoot.
Yeah, Turkey Shoot. That's right. Yeah. That's a fun one. Yeah.
It has with Olivia Hussey.
Yeah. They're driving around. Yeah. I mean, there were a million of those Italian movies that were made that were like that, but yeah.
Was Mayer saying something? Mayer's been awful quiet.
Yeah.
I just said I think Steve Railsback was maybe in that movie.
Yes, he was. He played the hero in it. Yeah, he was really good. He's intense. I like him. I never saw his Manson movie. He's that's like his famous role, playing Charles Manson.
Yeah, I remember
that. Steve Railsback, the TV movie, Helter Skelter. You mean?
Yeah, it was a TV movie.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That was made in the 70s, was it?
Yeah, mid-70s. Yeah.
Okay. So he must have been pretty young.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He was a perfect Manson. Yeah, cool guy. I met Steve Railsback.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, years ago. Yeah, really nice guy.
So back in Texas, where I used to live before I moved out here, there was a guy, Gordon McClendon, that had a bunch of radio stations. He had KLIF, which was the original top 40 station that every station throughout the country and even the world imitated the way that he did had the jingles leading up to the music and everything, and he had a bunch of radio stations. I think he owned a series of drive-ins, and he just thought, these movies that I'm getting are so shitty. He says, I'm going to finance and make some of my own movies. So he made the Killer Shrews and the Giant Gila Monster. So those were.
I like the Killer Shrews actually.
What's his name?
Gordon McClendon.
Huh.
He was a Scottish guy, and KLIF was in Oak Cliff, which is where Lee Harvey Oswald was hiding out. That theater is now like a repertory theater, like I guess you're talking about in L.A., that plays old movies and sometimes new movies. And
which theater?
I'm sorry, it's the theater that Lee Harvey Oswald. It's the Texas Theater in Oak Cliff, where Lee Harvey Oswald was pulled out by the police and arrested for probably something he had nothing to do with. But
what town are you in?
Well, I'm in Iowa now, but I used to live in Arlington, Texas, between Dallas and Fort Worth since like 1976. We moved here about 6-7 months ago. And,
but you're from You're a Texas.
Yeah, I'm mostly a Texas guy. Just we escaped, hopefully, just in time before the world collapses.
Speaking of escaping, didn't they? I was just listening to something recently. Didn't they shoot parts of Escape from New York in Iowa?
This is just menthol. There's no nicotine in it. You're asking.
I don't know if they shot. I would.
Because there was like this massive. There was like a massive fire that just burnt through like just blocks and blocks of industrial space. So there was
shoot it where did you?
In Iowa.
I didn't know that.
I forget which part of Iowa, which city, but
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know that story, but that's it could be.
Yeah.
So, Damon, what were some of your influences outside of movies? Were you what music, or were you into comic books or paperback, books, or what were some of your other influences as a kid?
I was never really a huge comic book person, although I liked I like Creepy and Eerie and things like that. Those magazines. Were those considered comic books? Those are like the Creepy and Eerie
comic books. Yeah,
they're
love the comic book price guide.
Yeah, because my brother was a big comic book collector in Akron. See, I'm from Akron. I remember us going to this local store there, and I always wanted to find the latest. And then I got into heavy metal and things like that later because I loved that look and style. But,
were you into magazines like the Monster Times or Castle of Frankenstein? Did you ever read those?
Not really, no. No, the monster magazines from the 70s, like Famous Monster.
Famous Monsters had a great look and great, Ackerman had a great collection of stills, but it was written, like for 8-year-olds.
There you go.
Monster Times.
Here's your Castle of Frankenstein.
Yeah,
right there.
Castle of Frankenstein was written with a far more literate.
I remember that. Yeah, it's very similar to. Is it from the same people who made Creepy and Eerie, or
no? It was done by a separate company. And it was very well written, and that's really the main inspiration for Michael Weldon and his Psychotronic Encyclopedia, because in the back of Castle of Frankenstein, every issue were these little capsule reviews of movies. Back then you could only see movies in the late night television. It was before VHS, and so he would give you these little capsule reviews that were very well written and insightful. It wasn't just jokey puns that Forrest Ackerman would give you in Famous Monsters, and so and then
you could find some like really really kind of like lost, obscure stuff like in those back.
We would be one of the last generations that remember, when you pre VHS, when you just had to catch movies late at night on TV, and staying up all night watching these movies at on the Late Show, whatever state you're in, always had a late show.
Right.
Yeah, I would every Sunday we'd get the TV guide.
Yeah.
And I would as a little kid, I would autistically just go through any weird sounding movie. I would
mark down. Yeah, I would study that TV guide, looking for any interesting things, especially showing late at night because I was always up late at night. And or
it would be 4 a.m.
TV guide, the store-bought TV guide, not the one that came in the newspaper, always came out on Monday. And my mother would always be at the bookstore, and we'd always get the new TV guide, and I'd have to go through it and see what's coming on. Castle of Frankenstein is very interesting in that the guy that was the editor and publisher of Castle of Frankenstein, his name was Calvin Beck, and he was part of a group of science fiction fans. Robert Bloch was one of the people in his group, one of his associates, one of his friends. They would be at parties together, and they were. But anyway, Calvin Beck had this mother that was from some Eastern European country, and she had a thick accent, and she. When Calvin Beck went to a party, she would try to figure out a way to get to that party. She was wanted to be inseparable from her son. He'd go to a college class. She'd audit the class and sit in the back. She was just always there. And so, everyone says, well, Robert Bloch based Psycho on Ed Gein and, blah, blah, blah. And in reality, everyone that Robert Bloch knew in his circle of friends when he put out the novel Psycho knew that he was, and I think Calvin Beck realized it too, that Norman Bates was mainly based on Calvin Beck. So, and his clingy mother. So if, when you pick up a copy of Castle of Frankenstein, it's actually written, edited, published by the real Norman Bates. That's an interesting little bit. So
great.
Monster Times was had a beautiful look too, because it used a lot of ad mats, and that's another thing I would do. I'd go to the newspaper, and I remember when we lived in Virginia, 1972, I'd be cutting out the ads for Hammer movies and Shriek of the Mutilated, and then I'd put them in a scrapbook.
Only problem with the Monster Times is I got some of those old issues, and they fall apart in your hands.
Well, they're newspaper, It looks like they were. I've got some here.
Sounds good.
They
aromatherapy vapes. Monster Times. Wow.
Yeah, this was wonderful because it covered comic books and every kind of. Monsters and every kind of, would cover, comic books and, Gamera, everything. And it would, it's like the first time I ever heard of Herschel Gordon Lewis, things like that.
The whole, quote unquote, geek scene, I think back in the day was so much richer.
Well, no one cares about movies anymore. I'm a retired teacher, and I talk to the kids, and they said, well, I don't like movies. Well, I don't like music. And I realized, well, they've never seen a good movie. They've never heard good music, so they don't like it. It's just stuff that's on in the background. It's what stuff are they going to see that their parents or their older brothers put on? Blood In, Blood Out, Fast and the Furious. That's the only shit they're exposed to. Yeah. Because they're living in an inner city. They're not going to ever see anything like that. So these were inner city, a lot of them gang members, and I'd show them Singing in the Rain, and they were blown away. It's just I'd show them, because I figured part of their, education is to be exposed to art, and movies to me are kind of literature because they're written So it's how I probably broke a few rules, showed, movies, but, and I think they came out better for it because a lot of not a lot, but some of my students wound up becoming award-winning teachers, that would came in and congratulated me. It's like one of my ex-students that I taught in sixth and seventh grade. Later, when he was grown, I went out with him and his fiance to see what was that damn superhero movie, the Kick-Ass. So it's like he was my ex, and he was telling me, I remember everything you said, and it's like I think I showed that sometimes they'd come in during lunch and I'd run old movies and just so that they could be, I showed American Graffiti, I mean he'd never seen that, and being a young kid into cars, that movie's a revelation. But this was in the late 90s, early 2000s. No one's exposed to those movies anymore, man. So
yeah. And I don't even think if they were exposed, I don't think they would even, this generation, the newer, just the generations that keep spawning are so, are just worse and worse and so clueless and lost, and their sensibilities are so distant from, what we were interested in. I mean, like echoing what you were saying yesterday when you were talking about, you were talking about something. You're like, I guess people like these movies, and I don't get it. What is it like? I can't tell you how much, I feel that way all the time, about these new movies. Like, how is it, how can people go in and see Avatar 2, 3.5 hours of sheer boredom and actually, come out of that like saying, oh, it was great. Oh, it was a masterpiece. I love it. It's just baffling. And it literally, it's some kind of, it's more than, it's not really a dumbing down. It's more of like a brainwashing or conditioning of people's sensibilities, that they're so removed from understanding, what a good movie is, let alone anything else.
It's so prevalent. It's, this phenomenon we're talking about is so prevalent that there's an actual like genre on YouTube for videos of young people reacting to classic rock and roll or watching The Shining for the very first time.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite fascinating. But the sad thing is that the only people that are watching those videos are us, our guys, or people that are our age that want to see young people appreciate, Earth, Wind, and Fire, or Electric Light Orchestra, or Jimi Hendrix, or Led Zeppelin, or great films like you were talking about. So there are young people that are, making videos, that are interested in this stuff, but it's like this, it's a counterculture thing. Like both of my sons are in their 20s and they like all the stuff that we like, but that's just because they grew up with me, because I raised them.
No, you bring up a really good point.
Movies.
Because there are tons of those videos, and in every case, it's always these young people being blown away by hearing this music for the first time. They're hearing whatever, Yes, or progressive rock, Rush, all these amazing songs. Wow, this is kicking, all these. There is definitely an aspect of this that, it's just that they aren't exposed to proper art and culture like we are. And there are plenty of young people who can appreciate it, and they're really blown away by it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's how people are, it's giving them a lack of choice of what to see, and then basically just sort of conditioning everyone to believe that this is, this is a good thing. You just tell, I mean, how can a movie like Avatar 2 make so much money and have so much support? The only way that's possible is by literally having this publicity machine and brainwashing machine ramped up to such an extreme degree that you condition, you hypnotize, you put people under a hypnotic spell to go out and see these things. It's just, there's no other reason.
Well, I hear it's not doing that well, but it might be because of all the weather conditions over the last week.
I was listening to some Yeah, I was listening to some guy who keeps the running tabs on all these things, and he was saying that though he doesn't really care for this movie. I guess he went out and saw it and he didn't really particularly care for it, but he's saying that the detractors saying that it was going to lose money were probably going to be dead wrong, because it just opened just last Wednesday, and it already made like 700 million, and it needs like 2 billion in order to break even or make a profit, whatever. And he's saying, well, that's it doesn't have any competition in the theaters, and people are going back out into theaters again.
I mean, it's done well enough, anyways. But I mean, the point is, like, all these movies, not just Avatar 2, everything going back the last 20 years, whether they're Marvel films, whatever, the top money-making movies on every top money-making list going back at least 30 years, probably by now. I don't know, since the late 90s or the mid 90s, are in that category of how can something this awful actually have this much support, and people think it's great. It's baffling.
I mean, like, look at something like Independence Day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was not a good movie.
Do any of you still have relationships or friendships with people that are, I mean, I'm going to use the term asleep, right? The people that like still read Entertainment Weekly or that read the Washington Post, so I have a great friend from high school that I still talk to, and he is completely misinformed and deluded, and so I have to speak with him with kid gloves in a way, because initially during the Trump thing, I poked him a little bit to find out, to try and find out what could possibly be holding him back, right? What could make him think that everything is still good, right? Why would he think that everything's still great? This is a guy that plays like Warhammer and reads comic books and watches all the movies we watch and loves Japanese culture and all this stuff, but he's completely woke. And so now our relationship has evolved into these phone conversations where we talk about the good times, the old days, and we talk about what we found, entertainment wise, that's good. And it's usually all this old stuff, but I can't talk about anything like what we're talking about with him, because it's so prickly. Like, he can't. It's so weird, man. Like, I even tried to relate to him the other day by, using that analogy I've talked about before, the scene from the Blues Brothers, where it used to be that, liberals would be okay with the Nazis marching in the park, right? That was the whole idea of being an American, was to amplify the speech that you disagreed with. So I tried to tell him, I couldn't possibly belong to the side that wants to suppress free speech and wants to compel speech, and it went completely right by him. So it's so strange, like, continuing to have it's very difficult, man. It's like, it's got to be like something, like, maybe I imagine that my relatives, like maybe 80 or 90 years ago, were dealing with this with their family members, like in the 20s or the 30s or something,
Well,
I don't know. It's weird.
You have to talk to someone that went through a Marxist revolution, someone that lived in one of those countries. I mean,
yes, you're right.
What we're seeing is all of a sudden all these movies were available, aisles and aisles with director commentaries. And someone was saying, you don't need to go to film school, just listen to the director commentaries, and you're gonna, it's like, oh, it was wonderful. I was buying I shouldn't have, but I bought so many DVDs and then Blu-rays, and then I noticed the shelves are shrinking and shrinking till they don't exist anymore. And now it's just streaming. And then once you only have movie streaming, then they don't, suddenly those old ones just disappear, because they want to do away with the past. And that's the theme in one of these new Star Wars movies. Do away with the past. The past doesn't matter. Make the old heroes from the good Star Wars movies grizzled old failures
Very
that don't
Orwellian,
care
yeah.
anymore, and
It is Orwellian.
look out of monster tits and throw their lightsaber away, or it's Princess Leia now looks like some meth head.
Yeah, there's no callback.
It's like, and so
They don't want you
make
to remember
everything,
how things used to
and
be.
it's like, but no, this is the new good way, and then let's tear down all the statues a couple of summers ago. It doesn't matter, it's old. It doesn't matter if it's a slave owning person or not. It's an old statue, so that represents the bad old way. And so they get rid of no one buys. Well, there's still some hipsters that buy records, but CDs, whatever, those sections shrank down, so people just get music from the internet. And then if they control the internet, and they can control what you get, then you're only going to get their new approved stuff.
So you are spot on.
It's like this. It's not very good, in my opinion, this new Addams Family show on Netflix. But there's a scene where this young actress, who's really into the Cramps, they have a Cramps song, and she does this dance to it that's got all over the internet. But then Lady Gaga comes along and films a video imitating this girl's dance, but putting her music over it. And now all these TikTok idiots are dancing, recreating it to the approved Lady Gaga satanic witch, socialist, Marxist approved model, and not this thing that sounds like old 60s garage rock surf music. That's bad. That's old. We want this new approved satanic Balenciaga, whatever bullshit, and it's like people are just fucking sheep lining up for every piece of bullshit. And it's all the culture is flushed down the toilet. Comic books are the same way. They're all trash. There might be a couple of good ones, but it's all, everything is just like, be trans, don't breed, be this, use your pronouns.
It's so strange. Like, how could my buddy go along with that? That's what kind of twists my mind up. Is I'm like, how could this guy believe all that stuff? It's just weird to me. How can you be on board with that?
Because they're just people don't look beyond just what they're fed, and it's like,
right. So the information, like what you were saying, is totally reminiscent of the Cultural Revolution in Maoist China. They had this thing called, I think, the 3 olds or the 4 olds that they forbid, right? The old ways, the old thinking, the old religion, the old, and yeah, so those are the people that experienced what we're kind of going through right now, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, history keeps repeating itself as far as, this sort of cycle of fascist, totalitarian, brainwashed, George Orwell type. I mean, that movie is one of the most resonant movies I saw in the 80s, because it felt like, we're definitely heading there, at that time.
I was naive, and I felt like this could never happen. I remember seeing it and thinking that it was fantastical, and even having read the book prior to that, just still thinking that it didn't relate to me at that point yet. I was still too naive. Couldn't imagine it happening.
Yeah, it's completely here. Yeah, the newspeak, the 5 or 10 minutes hate. Just it's Trump, he's bad.
You know what's interesting is, you remember that movie that Mike Judge made called Idiocracy that came out like 20 years ago or something? What was interesting is that these normies, I'll call them normies, don't realize what the movie was really about. Like, they think that they're they think that they're the smart people at the beginning that got outbred by the rednecks. They don't realize that they are the mass marketed, pablum consuming mass that he's addressing in the movie. So it's interesting how they view it differently. Well, they used to, because now they can't really see it. They don't show it anymore. So it's all been memory hold. But it's funny that their take on the movie is the opposite of what the reality ended up being, and what Mike Judge, I think, was poking at, really.
He was poking at everything. Guy.
Yeah,
Mike Judge.
Is Meyer Greenblatt Forrest? The name, the
Oh,
voice, the
Meyer
voice.
Greenblatt's and Forrest is in the chat.
Yeah, I see it. It's just his voice sounds familiar. It seems like. Have I met him before?
I don't think we've met before. No.
Your voice
yeah,
sounds
no,
familiar.
Meyer lives in San Francisco. Yeah, he's a big toy collector. He's ex-military, very cool guy.
Really?
So,
I swear I've seen you or heard you somewhere before.
well, maybe on this show. Right?
I've been on this show. I've been on Four Color Fossils quite a bit.
Usually he shows himself. Usually he doesn't look. What is that? Pixie? Is that the name of the mouse?
That's what's his name? His name is Blabbermouse.
Well, that's right.
From Snooper and Blabber.
You know,
He's
I may have always been this cynical because I remember. Let's see. I was born in 65. So how old would I have been when Raiders of the Lost Ark came out? 65, 75. Man, I guess I was about, what would I have been? About 16.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't remember. I went to the theater to see that. I think about a month and a half before it came out. They had a preview showing in Arlington, Texas, and my mother was with me. And I remember on the way home, I said to my mother, that movie's going to flop because people are too stupid to realize how great it is. I was saying that then. And it turned out to be a big hit. And I was like, I ate my words. It's like, wow, people really did get it, you know, because I figured it's like an old movie serial. People won't like that. I loved it.
I was like 8 or 9 or so when I saw it in the theater with my family. And it blew the hell out of me away. I just completely loved it. Everyone in the audience loved it. I had no idea what like a quote unquote flop was. I didn't understand like movies were like this business. I just thought that they were this like magical thing.
Right. And I loved it so much. I figured people will have to hate it because everything I love seems to be hated by everyone else in school. So it must be something like that. But I remember walking out of that theater with that John Williams march. It's like, wow.
I mean, I was hit with it at a very innocent age where I couldn't even think about like how this, you know, when I was watching a movie, I wasn't at all thinking about like how it was going to play with other people, or if it was going to make money, if it was going to be popular, or anything like that. I was just like, you know, when you're that young, you're just like sucked into a movie like that, you know, that intensely, or you're just not.
The only thing troubling in the wake of what, you know, all the rumors about Tom Hanks and Kevin Spacey, and they swirl around Spielberg too, is you know, him, and Karen Allen, you know, it's like I was too young. It's like, you knew what you were doing. It's like that.
Yeah, well, they were. I heard when they were knocking the script around, they were kind of like saying, oh, well, let's make it like she was 17 or so, and I forget who it was. Like, you know, Spielberg or Lucas was like, oh, that's boring. She's 17. Ho hum. Let's make her like 12. You know, and like that's edgy. You know.
Well, I'll tell you.
But when I saw it when I was a little kid, it all made sense because, you know, adults were all very much older to me, you know, like I couldn't tell the difference between, say, like a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old, you know, I just couldn't differentiate. So I wasn't doing any sort of like math like that in my head. And what's her name? Jessica Harper?
Karen Allen.
Jessica Harper is it kind of a similar quality though. They're both really gorgeous. I can see how they could be mixed up.
Karen Allen.
Yeah, okay. They both have big eyes.
Jessica Harper was Suspiria.
Phantom of the Paradise, Suspiria, yeah.
Oh, okay. Why
Was
did
she
I
in
thought
that,
they were the same person? Somehow, my brain.
Yeah,
Was she
they
in that,
gorgeous big eyes, yeah.
Yeah,
Jessica Harper in
she had a
that
very
Steve Martin musical?
neotenous look about her. So I could see why they would pick her for the part, because like you look at her and you're looking at her and you're like, yeah, she could be 20, or she could be 34. You know what I mean? You can't really tell.
There's some actresses that have that. Yeah. The other movie I saw at that same theater in a preview over a month, or good maybe 2 months before it came out, was Gremlins. And I remember, we filled out a card afterwards, and there was a scene where these gremlins are getting drunk in a bar, and my friend and I were laughing so hard we almost were like passing out. And then we saw it when it came out, and that scene wasn't as funny. And I realized they've added more footage into this scene because people must have written they love that scene, and so they made it longer, and it threw off all the timing of all the when they would stay on something something too long where it wasn't funny anymore, but it was more quickly cut, and it was a masterpiece, that original cut, and it was effed up by listening to the audiences.
Yeah, well,
because
brevity
brevity
is the soul of wit, right?
Yeah. And then another one I saw with another friend, my friend that went off to Hollywood. This was we went to see, and this was probably 3 or 4 months before it came out, Hellraiser. We went over to Fort Worth to see that. And my friend was just hating it. I could just tell he was hating it. He's saying this is just a ripoff of all the great Italian movies, and he was just so angry. And so we had these cards to fill out, and he wrote on it in giant letters, "Give it up, Clive," because Clive Barker had directed it. And then we handed it to this guy in the lobby, and we went on our way. And then, later on, as Clive Barker became more famous, I realized, seeing interviews with him, he was the guy in the freaking lobby that we were handing the cards to. He was there because he wanted to be there at the preview showing and see because he was looking at the cards as soon as they were seemed to be more interested than the average little guy. Didn't
your friend go on to work for him?
Yeah, that's the thing. Later, and I'm sure that he didn't recognize him, but years later, my friend was good friends with Clive Barker and worked on him.
Oh shit! That reminds me of the that little short that Damon made, the Clive Barker thing.
Oh, are you talking about the interview thing, or the which one was that?
It's kind of like this. It was like the spoof where he's like, it was like him talking at some convention, and you're mixing in like all this gay stuff, and it's really funny.
What there was something you just put up about a week ago with Sasha Stone. What's the story behind that? That Sasha Stone guy.
That was
my wife is watching this guy. He's like this conservative. He mixes in with all these conservative people, but he's like this guru that like he thinks he's some rock star, and he's got this long hair, and he's always got all these women around him, and he's always barefoot. He walks through airports barefoot because he's grounding himself or whatever. But anyway, sometimes he's funny when he gets really angry. But my wife would watch him, and then I saw you had a clip of him.
Your wife knows him? Who Sasha Stone is? Not many people know who he is. Your wife knows who he is?
Oh yeah, we know. Yeah, because we're weird.
Huh. I just learned of him a couple of years ago. I mean, I started following him a couple of years ago. I think. Well, he made actually, yeah. So, he made an interesting documentary about 5G in 2019, the 5G apocalypse.
I find him funny and kind of ridiculous, but then I listen to him, and it's like he seems.
Yeah, he's really fascinating. He has a very sort of spiritual kind of perspective on things.
Yeah, he lives like in Thailand or something.
Yeah, he has. Well, it's interesting because he must have money. He's got like some sort of retreat out in Indonesia or I forget where, but obviously the guy, I mean, he was flying around during COVID. He had a private plane or something. The guy, has some kind of money connections, and he never talks about that. And I know his family was, I don't know. He has an interesting sort of past. He doesn't really talk about himself that much, but I think his mother, like he mentioned, worked at the BBC, and but he grew up in South Africa, and was involved with, it was near where the Bush Wars were going on or something like that. Just an interesting guy.
And he was touring the U.S. with all these conservative, people talking about how Trump is going to come back, and all this. He was.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. He has a large collective of different people. I mean, he's good friends with David Icke.
Right.
And
David Icke's another fun guy. I enjoy these people. There's this other guy that my wife watches named. Oh, he's this guy that makes these giant maps where he has all the different conspiracy things. My wife would be able to tell his name. It's Dylan something. He's got this long hair, not the transgender Dylan that went to the White House. He's this other guy that does all these maps.
Does maps?
He does maps where he connects all all the different conspiracy things
like
together.
The bloodlines of the family.
Yeah, he does gigantic maps where he mixes together one might be all religions and how they're related and how they came from each other. It's very brilliant what he does. Oh, okay. My wife's got his name here. It's Dylan Lewis Monroe. Do you know that guy?
With him. I'll have to check him out. You know who was kind of in the spotlight a little bit, especially after COVID, was a lot of people were, but Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. Hardcore conspiracy guy. Way, and I mean, things that Oliver Stone won't even go near, if he's.
I saw him on Jay Dyer's show. Do you know Jay Dyer?
He's from Ohio.
No, this Dylan guy's from Ohio.
I saw Stone's kid on Jay Dyer. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I subbed to him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He does a lot of the New World Order stuff. He's what is it? Eastern Orthodox. He goes deep into like Ian Fleming and Kubrick and Huxley and a lot of interesting connections.
Yeah, I mean, there were all sorts of people that, interesting people that started following, especially after COVID. I mean, beyond the sort of David Icke and people like that I was already following for years.
Well, we're all trapped in our homes.
Yeah.
And we're trying to figure out what the frick's going on. And everything is bullshit. And then we seek out these, in some cases, probably incredibly insane, but they sound so much more sane than any of the normal sources.
And, it took a while because I remember right when that first hit, right when all the nonsense first hit, I was waiting. It seemed like forever for some alternate voices, especially in the medical community, because I was so sick of all the BS coming from, from the just sort of the medical perspective on things. I knew there had to be plenty of doctors and medical professionals out there who knew this was complete, utter nonsense. Viruses don't spread this way. It's not even, and terrain theory and things like that, so finally that started happening, but it took a while. And then there were, tons of opposing voices 6 months later. And there were a lot of alternative doctors and people like that I started following, like Dr. Cowan and Kaufman and Sam Bailey. And if you've heard of any of them, they're all sort of terrain theory people.
Yeah. My wife knows more than me, but that's all we've been doing for several years. Is part of the reason we moved out to some town with less than 2,000 people. Um, Besides the fact that we moved from a 2,500 square foot house to one that was over 6,000 square foot and had money left over. And so, so I can spread out all my shit and she can have some room too, although she says there's not much, but, which is probably true, but it's all been insane. It's this, I never thought I'd live through this. They had to wait till the World War II, and to some extent the Korean War, pretty much generation were gone before they rolled this shit out. This stuff's been planned for who knows how many decades.
Oh yeah, definitely. When my first thought was, I was surprised that they would wait until the internet age is fully in, because there's so much information out there, at people's fingertips now, alternate information, that I would think that would be a threat to, say, if they had tried this in the pre-internet era. I would have thought that it would be easier to control, to keep people ignorant.
Yeah, because all we could do is communicate with Xerox zines through Fact Sheet 5. How would we have communicated? Or through audio cassettes that we trade. There's Meyer.
Yeah, but the internet. The internet is a wacky thing because it also atomizes people. It's like you couldn't have done this whole COVID thing before the internet, because people would go outside and be like, well, there's people walking around, they're not dropping dead in the street, people would be like,
no, that's absolutely right. See, that comes to the sort of whole fake reality, internet matrix that everyone's living in, where everyone now is in this digital sort of reality now, where it's so easy to manipulate reality through what you're seeing on your screen. So media and every major source of information, it's much easier for them to shape reality now.
And if something is presented to you on the internet as reality, you probably ought to use little code words like C instead of that word, because it's just no freedom of speech. But like, okay, so the Hunter Biden shit can be released with all you have to go. I forget what the website was that some Chinese guy had. He was a cool guy on our side, but he was releasing all this footage from that laptop. Unbelievably perverted stuff, and people just don't believe it because because a few years ago on Facebook, that was like you could put your face on Clark Gable's face, and they started teaching you, this little app, you can put yourself in any movie, and people realize, oh, that's probably fake. That's obviously Russian disinformation, and so
but the whole thing with Hunter Biden, I like his paintings. I got full disclosure. I kind of like some of his paintings.
Wait, you're serious?
No, I am. I mean, have you seen his stuff? Some of it's kind of interesting.
No, all I've seen is like shit he splattered on a canvas. Is he really done good?
Sometimes he just splatters shit on a canvas too.
I think you should be getting millions of dollars from foreign governments for your sketchbooks.
Well, I should absolutely. But I think with both him and his dad, those guys were picked because they're just messes, and this is done. I mean, this isn't completely my original take. I listen to other people talk, and when they say things and it kind of makes sense, I'm like, yeah, that makes. But these guys are picked because they help degrade society, and demoralize the population. Like, oh, look at the first son. Look at what a complete screwhead he is. And guess what? You can't do shit about it. That's just the way it is. You're going to be ruled over by scumbags. And, Joe Biden, he's going to molest your little daughter right in front of you, and you can't do a damn thing about it. So take that.
Yeah, it's part of
Tell your mom or your aunt about it, and they'll believe that it's all a lie. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? The TV tells a completely different story. Hey, what's up, Mika?
Hey, man. Yeah, we're talking about how wonderful President Biden is.
Yes, I've been following.
But anyway, so he's been corrupt since. There's footage of him from 1972 where he just gotten in. I think he was just barely was able to get in. He turned just the right age, like 30, right at right before the election. And so he made some comment. Well, I appreciate you thinking that I'm not corrupt. And it's like he was corrupt since day one. He was cheating on his wife with this Jill Biden, who was married to his campaign guy in charge of his campaign. And then his wife gets killed in a car wreck that who knows, that might have been like that car wreck that killed Patton, that might have been engineered. But and it's like your kids don't all wind up that. You got to be a horrible father for your kids to wind up that fucked up. And then the daughter has the stuff that she wrote in her diary, but we probably ought to talk about something else. That's why you keep my channel. But anyway, so Graphic Man, how was your Christmas?
I had a great Christmas. But I found a video, and I don't know if it'll play on your channel.
Oh, I see it there. I was wondering.
I'm curious to get their reaction to some of these monsters. It appears to be from Asia.
Okay.
I don't want to say the wrong.
Let's see what this is. Wow! Wild.
At the 2-minute mark.
Wow! That's a good one. Oh, it's Ultraman.
No return to the grave. Batshit crazy.
What is this isn't gonna get me copyright?
Go! You may want to mute it.
No! Give me a phone!
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because I don't know if it'll get you at the 2-minute mark. I think John would appreciate the skeleton and the skeleton horse that you're getting ready to see.
Oh, where did you come up with this?
I was just on Twitter and it was there, and it took me forever how to figure out how to save a copy from Twitter, but now I know how to do that now. So,
well,
I mean, they're pretty weird and they're kind of right up our alley, but
well, I wish the world was like this. I wouldn't be complaining as much.
Yeah, I mean, these are nice, I mean, what is this though? Is this like just someone's effects reel, or
apparently
a video game, or
you're getting close to the skeleton?
This is Pelosi's San Francisco.
Well, I saw a little
There it
mini
is.
Ultra.
There it
wow.
is.
Yeah, it's very nice.
So anyway,
Cool.
you don't have to watch anymore, but I thought, especially John would.
Well, how much longer does it go?
Oh, maybe 15 seconds. I don't know. So
Oh, okay.
I'm just glad you haven't got put off the air because of it. So
Oh shit. Yeah. Well, not yet. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
yeah, not bad, but what in the world kind of movie could this be? And they've got every possible problem you could think of showing up there.
How do I remove it?
Um,
Oh,
maybe
remove. Well, I pressed the button that says remove. Okay.
I could probably remove.
Yeah.
There we go.
That.
Anyway,
So, anyway, I don't know. The world's fucked up, clearly, but there's always the chance that things can improve. I think that they will, But it's just a matter of I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I don't really believe in progress.
You think it's just going to be slowly degenerating? There's no hope.
No, I mean, there's always hope, but hope for who? I mean, I don't know. I don't. Things are as fucked up as they've always been.
God, hope for us.
No, it's far worse. No, things have not always been like this. I mean, when
Yeah,
I was
well,
a
I mean,
kid,
if you're
when I was a kid, it was a big problem.
if you're living in clown world, then just join clown world. Just become a clown. Just flow with it.
Yeah, but if the
But what
country
else
is
are you gonna
under
do?
a Marxist is being if this is a Marxist takeover, you can't just say, well, just become a Marxist or.
Well, I mean, if there's really nothing you can do about it. I mean, if all these mechanisms and all this machinery is just has been put in place and has been grinding away for many years now, and there's no resistance to it, then well, I guess you just enjoy the ride. But that's what people have always had to do.
Well, but that didn't happen in 1776 or 1941 or. I mean, people didn't.
Well, it happens. It happened for somebody. Yeah, I mean, someone. It's. I don't know. I mean, maybe we're the bad guys. Maybe we're like 30 years from now, people will be look back and be like, yeah, they were the bad guys. We won. And then these people, these knuckle draggers that wouldn't join the 21st century, well, fuck them,
Oh, you mean we being people that don't like what's going on in the government?
Yeah, what if the people we don't like win, right? And they're gonna write the history books or the history blogs or whatever they are, and they're gonna call us every name in the book and shit all over us and be like, yeah, they were terrible people. They were terrible people, and we had to the few that we could drag kicking and screaming into our brave new world, we were able to. The rest, well, we did what we had to do.
Well, but yeah, I don't know what to just give up. That to me, that's giving up.
No, I don't say anyone should give up. I'm just saying that there are historical forces at work, societal forces at work, or could say evolutionary forces at work that we don't have any control over. I mean,
but there's a huge reaction against what's happening. I see it in the youth. I see it, in this part of the country, people don't buy into any of it. There's the kids in the schools are wearing Trump hats.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty black-pilled.
Well, the part of the country you're in, it may seem like there's no hope. But, when I was a kid.
Where are you, John?
There was the big thing was Watergate. Nixon was this horrible villain. And now I realize that was nothing compared to what's going on with Hunter Biden and all the money he's taking in and dividing with his father from foreign governments. It was nothing. And then you start realizing everything they say is a lie. So maybe Nixon was okay. And then it starts making sense. When I was a kid, Russia was the bad guys. They'd closed all the churches. They had done all the, because they were communist. And then that went away. Now it's more Western there. and Putin is demonized, and Putin, you can't hear his speeches, but he's saying stuff. The United States needs Jesus, and he's saying this in speeches. And then Zelensky is closing the churches in the Ukraine. And then you start realizing, well, maybe the United States is on the wrong side. They don't want us to hear anything Putin's saying. And it's like, he's just a bad guy. He's going into that country for no reason. Maybe it's because we have bioweapons labs dotting along the coast of the Ukraine and Russia, where they're cooking up the next thing, which will be worse. And he wants to get rid of that. And maybe because a lot of that land used to be part of Russia, they don't want you to know that. And we're probably not supposed to talk about this. And all this other stuff about the weather. I won't say the C word. You know, they want to tax us for breeding. It's all ridiculous. And I think a lot of people are waking up to how ridiculous it is. But all we get to see are all these TikTok people, you know.
But it's ridiculous. But I would say that it's ridiculous on purpose in order to cause just mental confusion and consternation, so people give up and they retreat into fantasy worlds and football and porn and whatever other nonsense, drugs, you know.
So we can't allow that to happen. So you just, when you you fight against it, it could just be by trying to talk to other people, trying to, you know, on the internet.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not going to stop being who I am, but I'm not under any delusion about my power to change anything.
Well, it's just a matter of making sure that the choosings are more, because you can't say the E word. When there's choosings, then they need to make sure they don't have
everything is like some letter word these days. We can't even talk normal.
So did you see a movie called A Hidden Life?
Hidden Life? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Terrence Malick.
Oh, that's something he did recently.
Yeah. Last few years. That was kind of an interesting film about set during the Nazi takeover of Germany, but it's set in like a rural area, you know, some picturesque area, I don't know where. And it's a guy who is being pressured to join the Nazi party. I mean, pressured to the point where, you know, he's going to be put in jail. His family is being taken away from him, but he will not, he absolutely, against all, you know, just will not give in to that pressure. I mean, the whole movie is just, you know, him, being threatened, and but he will not give in and join the Nazi party. And pretty much, you know, while you're watching it, your reaction is, well, you know, just do it. You know, I would do it. I'd sign that paper. I'd say I'm a Nazi, you know, just to, you know, to avoid getting my family taken away or getting thrown in jail or having all your earnings and livelihood destroyed and everything. It was kind of an interesting film, and it was made. I think it was made just before the COVID stuff. I can't remember, or maybe it came out just after. But I was just wondering if anyone saw it.
No. What's interesting to me is when they interesting takes on all that, like the Young Lions, the Marlon Brando movie, is a detective movie that takes place. They're all German soldiers, but it's like they're not portrayed as, you know, Marlon Brando, as I recall. I haven't seen it in years. It's just like they're just regular people, because the regular
he's just like an idealistic young man.
It wasn't. It was the higher up people. It's like other countries blaming us for what Biden's doing. We don't have any control. Hardly anyone we know voted that way, and it's like but we're demonized because that's the leader.
Yeah, and the people that did vote that way, I mean, are they really that horrible? I mean, you know,
Most people don't know anything. They're
well, they
just
just don't
conditioned
know
to
anything.
think
They're
certain
just
ways.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Cross of Iron was
Yeah,
another.
they're otherwise very nice people.
Yeah.
You know, Democrats are. It's
Yeah.
just
People are just conditioned based on their surroundings, their peers, their influences. You know, humans are basically, they're very they're like software programs. Is a common.
Sure.
People are software programs. You can program people in so many different ways to think certain ways. To
Right.
Yeah, and this like demonizing them, and you know, saying that they're evil and everything. It's like, I just think that's
But they're
one.
not being
It's dehumanizing, and two, these people, if they see themselves as having to commit evil, that's in order to fight the greater evil, that is, you know, red,
most
fascist, patriarchal, racist, etc.
most of the people. Most of the people that did
all the interpretations of which can be shaped and manipulated too, based on because it's weird how we live in this inverted world where interpretations are inverted in many ways. Everything means the opposite. People have this weird, funny idea of what fascism means now, and so many other things. Virtually everything means the opposite.
Right. It's like Newspeak in 1984. Most people that legitimately did vote that way did it because they thought that their whatever they were getting from the government would be cut off, and there weren't many that really did vote that way. But I don't think they're being demonized. I think people just realize these are people that they just don't want their free stuff cut off. The Trump voters are the ones that are being called that they're in a cult, that they're the racist, evil people. That's what I see being demonized. What's interesting is
both sides demonize the other. I mean,
well, that's true, but I see it more the other way, because when I see Democrats go in to infiltrate a Trump rally, and I see, if they don't go in there just to punch people and set stuff on fire, they're greeted like more civilly than Antifa type people. I mean, they don't. The Republicans aren't throwing bottles.
I mean, it's part of the conservative nature to practice restraint, until you don't,
and it's all part of.
Because that's part of the whole authoritarian personality whole thing. It's like, conservatives are they don't express themselves. They're not expressive, and therefore that's why they're dangerous, because they're holding they're retaining like all this a violence and emotion, and their bestial nature. They got it all repressed and bundled up, and that's actually what makes them dangerous. I mean, that's the whole kind of thinking behind that, which I don't know. I mean, I think that there's some truth to it.
This old dear friend of mine that I'd known since 1984. In the mid 80s, it's like he goes after my wife on Facebook and just won't stop, message after message, because she, when Alex Jones was kicked, he was the first guy to be kicked off of everything, and he's like, it's private company, they have every right to do that, of course now they're. And he just would not stop. And he was sending memes and little clips of Spock from the animated Star Trek talking about fallacies and how you need to be realizing that your thoughts are fallacies and all this bullshit.
Lessons to me.
he wouldn't stop. This dear friend of mine, I had to just block him, and I just never really talked to him again because he just wouldn't stop going after my wife. And it's all because Alex Jones, he's such a bad man. He's hilarious and he's great. And he made some mistakes, yeah, but we're going to find him $700 billion. It's just ridiculous. It's just like bullshit. But I met this substitute teacher when I was teaching back in Texas, and she was from Russia. And so, we talked about growing up, and she was a little younger than me, but she said, yeah, when I was growing up, I was taught the United States was evil. It's like, yeah, I was taught that you guys were, but we realized, it's a bunch of bullshit. She told me that there's some Russian comedian that came over to the United States and then went back and did a comedy routine about what he saw in the United States. And he's there's just little minor differences. And he was saying that in the United States, they have an entire aisle in the supermarket for dog and cat food. The audience just laughed hysterically because that's such a ridiculous thing that we do. Because there they just feed them whatever's left over off the table, scraps. But it's like, so they think that's weird about us, but it's just little things like that, cultural things. But we have to have this enemy, and it's all bullshit. They completely demonized Putin, and I just don't think he's just going in there for no reason. It seems like
there's definitely. I mean, everything is
utterly corrupt.
Yeah, he's not just. Yeah, it's basically anything the mainstream media portrays is it's so far away from the truth. That should just be taken as a given.
Yeah, he's being the merciless, twirling his mustache and pressing buttons and shit.
War is always a scam, like everything. Everything is a scam. So there are people profiting. I mean, the whole thing is just such a major scam. The giving billions to Ukraine and everything. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's so obvious. From just for starters.
It's obvious for us now, and it's something that we can't unsee, like the Matrix red pill. But it wasn't that long ago that I wasn't as politically aware. Like it took like Obama's second term and the thing with Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. That's what woke me up was that, and then I became aware of all the bigotry and bias that existed in my family. And my family are all Democrats. And so it was really interesting. And then also, I live in San Francisco. So my view of the city changed like overnight. Suddenly I became politically aware of what was happening here in the city. And I noticed that the city was segregated by race. Like for decades, I noticed that it existed and that there was this big disparaging difference between things. But all the people believe that they're the good guys. And they're very bigoted and biased towards what is now us, Well,
the Democrats were the party of the Klan and racism and segregation and then they say, no, well, there was a big change that happened and everything flip-flopped in the 60s and now it's them. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it's like, labels, they're all labels. I don't identify with any label. I mean, if there's a party, it should just be the party of common sense.
I agree.
It doesn't have anything to do with right, left, whatever. Just common sense.
Like Ron Paul and Rand Paul, man, I wish they were still doctors so I could, go to them because I don't think I trust any doctors anymore. It's like
I know a lot of good ones.
Yeah, I just
they're hard to find though.
Yeah. So what are you working on now, Damon? Are you working on any particular projects or?
No, not really. No. What am I working on now? I haven't really been working on anything in a while. So
when you showed the clip of Sasha Stone and then you show the kind of exploitation films in the same clip. What were you going for with that?
Oh, that was just like that was just one of those things. I was just making a little ad. I've done a few of those now for this friend of mine who has this little DVD label, little commercials for him, and I like just coming up with fun little things.
Yeah,
I've done a few of
Is this label? Is it like on the level of like? Are you familiar with like Wild Eye?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. They were going to
Okay.
put out my films at one point. Wild Eye.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're cool people. Yeah, they put out some other independent filmmaker stuff. I think they put out a movie. They were one of the first that put out a DVD of this movie called Crawl Space, 1972.
Oh.
Did you ever see?
Oh, I was thinking of the 1985 one.
Yeah, not to be confused, which is also pretty good. No, Crawl Space, early 70s Crawl Space. I don't know if you ever saw it, but it's pretty funny, demented movie. It's kind of like Bad Ronald, except more sinister, about this guy living in this old couple, and there's this crazy sort of a handyman who's living in there in the I don't know, he's living in the walls or something, and pretty good. But
That kind of reminds me of Parasite.
which one?
Parasite. You know, the recent.
Oh,
the
yeah,
recent
Yeah,
film?
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah. Wasn't that a 3D movie, or was that Parasite 3D?
No. You're thinking no, not the one with Demi Moore. No.
There's probably been 20 movies called Parasite.
No, the Korean film.
Oh, okay.
So who are people in Hollywood that are really cool that you've met that are really upstanding, just great people? I mean,
I don't know. I don't really know very many people in Hollywood.
Caterers.
People who aren't sort of catering to this, I don't know, mind control woke thing or something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's,
well, that. But I just mean, just genuinely nice people, not, like.
No, I was saying the actual caterers.
I don't know. I don't really know anyone in Hollywood. I have a few friends that had a little bit of a career, with filmmaking, and now they're just, it's kind of diminished for them. And a good friend of mine, Jeff Burr, who made one of the Texas Chainsaw movies. Actually, you were talking about how 2 and 3. He made the third one.
Well, I didn't mean to necessarily insult him. I just to me,
Was that the one with Matt McConaughey?
Yeah.
Right.
But no, I don't really. I don't have any Hollywood friends.
Yeah, it's just my friend Tom that
Wayne
lived.
Whitaker, I guess you could say. He's from Texas. Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
He's in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I hang out with him every week.
Okay. Yeah, my friend, he would just see people in 7-Eleven, and it's just like he was the sheriff in this 50s monster movie. He would recognize all these bit actors that would just be around just everywhere back then, because they're still living there, but he knew who they were, and it's like so he sold me an Attack of the Crab Monsters insert poster that's autographed by Roger Corman, and he said Roger Corman was coming out of a liquor store, and he said hi to him and said, "Hey, I've got a poster in my car," and he just happened to have that and handed it to him, and he signed it because he saw it coming out of a liquor store. Because I guess you see people everywhere, or at least maybe not anymore. Like I've always loved Mira Corday, and he was like good friends with Mira Corday's son, who was a film editor, and so and then my friend would he was just wind up like he helped Vampira Mela Nurmi move from one house to another when he was elderly. He just wind up meeting people, and and he said that, you know, he was telling me who he thought were idiots that he'd met, and who he thought. He said that the I think the nicest or the coolest person he met out there was Rose McGowan. He liked
Really?
Leonardo DiCaprio. And
Rose
then he told
McGowan.
he gave me a lot of people that he hated, that he thought were horrible people. But
She went kind of crazy. It's I mean, at least observing from her social media presence, didn't she? Yeah.
she rebelled against Hollywood, so
Yeah.
she was demonized. You know,
Yeah.
she was, I think, the one that started the Me Too movement, and, you know, went against Harvey Weinstein. And
I just
Right.
remember
Right.
her. I
so
saw this I saw this video of her at like at a Barnes and Noble, like at some like book signing thing, or she did a little talk at something. And there was some militant trainee that showed up and started giving her shit. And Rose McGowan, man, she just flipped the fuck out, man. She just starts to
Well-
rip this tranny a new one, man. She just
Well,
went to town.
she
just
sees through the bullshit, and it's probably driven her a little bit batty, but I think she's very intelligent, and she
well,
can
she
still
grew
get
up. She
in
grew up
Hollywood.
in like some cult, didn't she? Like a for
She
real
grew up
cult.
in one of that weird sex cult. That wasn't her fault. That was her parents into that. And then but yeah, you
And
know,
she hooked up with Marilyn Manson.
my friend that went to Hollywood, he wound up being suckered into the worst shit out there, and then he eventually just had to flee back to Texas to get away from all of those problems that he had there, and that ultimately caused him to die early. You know, addiction that you know, he said is everywhere there.
Well,
I guess
yeah, I mean, it's
people
like
can
it's
keep
a
going
nonstop
Yeah.
sex, drugs party.
It's not necessarily that as far as well, I don't want to get into all that, but
Well, I mean, for a lot of people, because that's like how they socialize. That's how they relate to one another. A lot of people out there, they're not very.
Well, it's a very
smart.
flaky place. People are really insincere. Insincerity would be the way to sum up LA.
Yeah, and the insincerity, and then the sheer narcissism, and just everyone's
just
like
extreme
conniving
ego.
for an angle.
Diluted ego. Yeah. Oh yeah, very much so. Everything. I mean, look at the movies being. I mean, it's all diluted ego. You know, everyone's operating in a vacuum. These Hollywood moguls are all operating in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
They're making these horrible, but yet they've got reality on their side so much that even the people who are operating in a vacuum are still able to get enough people to support, you know, financially, which is what I mean about the blockbusters and avatars. And I mean, I can't, you know, like James Cameron to me is got to be, you know, is suffering from delusions of grandeur, but it doesn't matter because enough people think it's great what he's doing. So who's, you know, which reality is the correct one? The one that everyone is supporting and following, or I mean, or you know, our pessimistic perspective on it. So yeah, I mean, it's all about how you manipulate and control reality, and you know, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
And making money.
All right. Well, my friend that went out there befriended a lot of very, you would think, very different people, but they were all politically minded like him. He was friends with Dave Friedman, Russ Meyer, Rudy Ray Moore.
Mm-hmm.
These are all very, believe it or not, very conservative people. Very, you know, Rudy Ray Moore was a veteran.
Sure. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
You wouldn't. But he was also friends with Lemmy from Motorhead, and he directed a Motorhead video and a Ramones video, and
it's funny how a director like John Milius, who's known to be ultra conservative.
Yeah.
If he were still, if human life had an extension on it, and certain people were still making movies today, if by the time we're 50, we have another 30 years to, I don't think someone like Milius would be able to, with his viewpoints, I don't think he'd be, be doing very well in today's climate.
My friend would be right there along with John Milius and political, yeah. So they all thought he was this crazy Texan because he always had a gun, and then with him, and then when they were filming Freaked in downtown, wherever the riots happened, they were right in the center of it where they were filming that movie, that Alex Winter movie, and my friend had this 50s Cadillac, and he said the producers left in a helicopter and left everyone there with fires all around them. And and all these guys that had made fun of my friend for believing in having a gun, all of a sudden were like coming up to him saying, "Help us!" But he got Keanu Reeves into his Cadillac, and he basically saved him, and he drove out through all of that, and he had his gun in his hand as he was steering, so people could see he had a gun, and so he saved Keanu Reeves' life.
Literally escaped from LA.
Yeah. Were you? I assume were you there when that happened?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, was that 92?
Yeah. Were you in the midst of that, or was it far away from where you were at?
No, I was. I was. I think I was out in Chatsworth when that was going on. I remember when that was happening. Yeah, I was out in Chatsworth watching that on the news. I was still living with. I think I was living with my grandmother at the time. Because that would have been just before. Yeah, I was working at Universal Studios just before I left for Hawaii. So, yeah, it wasn't anywhere near there.
I was reading that you lived in a tent in Hawaii.
Yeah. I went out there. Yeah, I was out there for a couple of years. Trying to make this little Super 8 film. Yeah,
and so
put all the money towards the movie. So, lived in a tent. Well, it was off and on. I was staying at a place there too. I mean, it was a good way of saving money.
Super 8 for real, Super 8.
Yeah.
It seems
early 90s. So I mean,
okay.
I couldn't afford 16 millimeter. I was still making Super 8 films at that time because I started off making Super 8 films in the early 80s, like a lot of kids did. A lot of filmmakers. But I was still doing it even into the 90s because I just couldn't afford 16. You needed a lot more equipment too for that. You needed a lot more money. So yeah, that was another Super 8 endeavor.
And what was that movie called?
It was called Apple. It was
okay. And that's on Tubi TV.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah.
On YouTube,
just
also.
A little short. Yeah.
You were saying you have your complete works on Tubi TV?
Yeah. They're all up there pretty much. Yeah.
And then Reflections of Evil, was that shot on 16?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That actually had a budget. I mean, like a real budget. I mean, it was around $100,000, and I had pyrotechnics, everything.
And could you briefly, or however long you want to go with it, tell about the marketing campaign for the movie?
Oh, well, in the early 2000s, after it was finished, I made thousands of DVDs and then spread them all over the place. It was guerrilla marketing, had them sent out to celebrities and things like that. Mostly ignored and thrown away, but there were some funny reactions that came from it over the years. It took a long time, but there were some funny responses because I would get these there isn't much you can do with a movie when you finish it. You can send it to film festivals and things like that. What can you do with a film? There's not much you can do. And it wasn't very distributable because of the music it did actually get distributed though. Actually, it did pick up a distributor. It got on Amazon and it was even on Netflix in the rental as a DVD rental. in the 2000 when they were still doing DVD rentals for a while.
Yeah.
Getting all terrible, completely the wrong audience for that movie. But yeah, we're just sending thousands out and collecting these celebrity address lists and sending them to the homes of. This was back when autograph hounds were sending things to. You could buy these lists at the movie, poster and movie bookshops. People would publish these books of home addresses of celebrities. And that stopped in later years, but they weren't really like, I don't know if they were 100% legal or anything, but you could get them. They were easy to get. So I sent thousands of these DVDs out to celebrity addresses, to everyone from A to Z. Mostly just didn't hear anything back. What's that?
These are autographs I got finding addresses every now and then. Back this way before 9/11, but
yeah, that was right. That was what a lot of people were doing. Yeah,
that reminds me. Did you see Map to the Stars?
Yeah, the Cronenberg film.
Yeah,
is that it? Yeah, the Cronenberg film, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was okay. I don't think that was one of his better ones. I liked the new one. What was it? Crimes of the Future. A lot better.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
That's a good one. That's one of his best in years.
Have you seen his kids stuff?
Kids.
His son.
Oh God, yeah. I didn't care for it.
Don't like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw the first one. What was that? Yeah.
I didn't see that. I just saw Possessor.
Possessor, that's it. Yeah, I saw that at the drive-in. Actually, I was going to the drive-in a lot through 2020 when everything was shut down, and 2021 that everything was shut down, but the drive-ins were open. We had 3 of them close by here. I was going out there like every week, so that was one that played there during that period.
Funny.
Yeah, I didn't care for it. That was a lot of fun. I miss going to the drive-in. I never really went to the drive-in before. That was one of the I guess you could say benefits or the good things about COVID is discovering the drive-in, and there were 3 of them, and I was going out there every week, and I always had that place to myself for the most part, because they would have these late shows at 11 p.m. and nobody can stay up late out here in California. Everyone goes to bed at 9 p.m. So I always had that place to myself. It was great.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you were working for the post office when you were doing those massive mailings, but that could just have been rumor. I don't know.
No, I wasn't.
You're a mystery. You're here. You're there. You're working on
working for the post office.
Yeah, I heard you were working at the post office at some point.
No, I did hire someone because I was at one point I was addressing. I was getting so tired of addressing envelopes to celebrities, thousands of them. I did actually hire someone to do that for a week or two full time, so that but no.
No. There was this crazy rumor that you took a job at the post office in order to deliver your movie to people all over the place or something. It's just...
I was giving DVDs. I remember giving DVDs to a couple of the postal delivery people, and they watched it too, and became friends with them. This one guy, but no, nothing like that.
What were the best reactions you got, pro or con?
For which one? For
just from that Reflections of Evil campaign.
Well, it took a while. There was no reaction for a long time. I mean, zero. It kind of slowly, started. It was really bad, actually. It was really negative for the first couple of years, I'd say. It was just. But then I don't know. It seemed like it found its audience at some point, and then places wanted to screen it, and I was even getting paid to. People were paying me to fly. I got flown out to some film festivals and things like that. So it did actually develop a bit of a small cult following for a little while.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Shudder hasn't put it up. Hasn't Shudder?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. It isn't quite that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I could say something like it isn't quite that as that accessible um, to that audience. Although, but I would apply the whole sort of conditioning aspect to people don't really know what they like. They just need to be sort of conditioned and told what to like. So it doesn't matter
Right.
if it's marketed or if people are somehow conditioned to look at it in the right way enough or aggressively enough. Then it would. Although I don't know, it's a very polarizing movie. There's never anything in between. Never.
Yeah, I mean that's a problem. That's a problem with making a what I'd call a personal film. Which Reflections of Evil, I would call it a personal film. It's not like a genre piece.
Yeah.
Whereas most like general audiences, they want to know what they're getting into.
Yeah.
They want crime thriller. They want zombie movie. They want whatever.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to have a lot of knowledge to really understand. Like you've got to, I mean, if you know enough about movies, you get the joke. You understand that. I mean, you're obviously fascinated with early '70s made for television movies, and you see that in them, and you just got to be the right age. A younger person wouldn't get that because they didn't live that. All the TV movie of the weeks. I don't know how you could even, because you can't really get that. You can't recreate that feeling when that was how you saw movies. And if you either saw it in the theater or you saw it on television years later, and then there were movies made specifically for television, and it was just that was movies.
And a lot of really great films too, made for television in that through that whole decade.
Oh yeah, there were all those ones that it seems like that had the biggest impact on people about our age, that everyone talked about the next day on the playground, or a Trilogy of Terror, and when Elizabeth Montgomery took off her clothes as Lizzie Borden, I remember all the things that everyone talked about the next day, And then, of course, not a made-for-TV movie, but when Planet of the Apes first ran on television, that blew everybody's minds at the elementary school. And then there was an explosion of toys and everything for a movie that was several years old. All of a sudden, it had a new life because of television. But that's when there were only, there's no way you can recreate having just 3 or 4 or 5 channels, and everyone watches the same thing, and everyone's has the same experiences that are that age. Everyone remembers Trilogy of Terror. They may not remember what it's called, but they remember that little doll. They may not remember the other 2 segments.
And also movies were, very much part of culture a lot more. They were the thing that people talked about, and, everyone saw, they had a much bigger impact on culture. Whereas now, I don't know what.
In the 70s, they were important, big events in culture. The Godfather and French Connection. They were just big, Star Wars and Close Encounters. And these were like huge things. Jaws. And then all the disaster movies there for about a year. It was just like, at least to me, it was like a big part of life.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one cares about the movies that come out now. They're just a bunch of
exactly.
Amityville Horror.
Yeah. What are
They're
on
just,
all these
fillers for? I mean, there's nothing to replace the recreational experience of yet, anyways. So it's amazing to me that cinemas still exist, even though they're just generic multiplexes. I mean, it's not even what you call cinema anymore. It's just a bunch of little digital boxes that you go. It can't be more but it still amazes me that it's around and people are going, and that
Yeah.
they still exist.
Well, it's still an inexpensive way to go out on a date, somewhat inexpensive compared to other
Yeah,
forms of
right. Exactly. Yeah.
and it's about the only thing where
Yeah.
you can go somewhere with a girl and be alone, I guess.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, right. Concerts are expensive and right. Yeah. Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to be around. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. I don't know. It's going to be around for that much longer. Maybe it will, but it feels too antiquated. I mean, they're trying. They keep trying to sort of enhance the experience, turning it more into a virtual reality kind of amusement park thing. But I don't know if that's really going to. I mean, that's a different type of experience than sitting and letting a story unfold over a certain period of time. So I don't know what kind of future there is, and it feels exhausted anyways. It feels like you were saying yesterday, you said something like there's no reason for this movie to exist. You remember saying that? I kind of feel that way almost about pretty much everything now, even good films. Unfortunately, it's they're so exhausted. They've surpassed their time.
Yeah.
So there's no purpose in any of them.
And
but that's I don't know, overly pessimistic.
Yeah, I I hate the Marvel movies now, but when they started, because I've always loved these comics in the 70s, and okay, so the first Iron Man movie came out, and I loved that, and it even made me like because I had grown to hate
Really?
Robert Downey Jr., and it's like, well, this is just like the comic book, and they're
The only
doing it.
superhero movie I like is Superman.
That was a great movie. But what I liked is they did it. They introduced because to the average person that's never read a comic book, they don't know these characters. So they introduced Iron Man, who's kind of an obscure character, or at least was before the movie came out. Then they introduce another character and another one, and they're all separate hits. And then they build it up, and then they combine all of them together, which is all these, to the average person, these are just all separate movie characters. All of a sudden they're all together, and I think that blew people's minds. People that had read the comic books know that that's what happens. The characters all interact, but that I don't think that's ever been done in movie history, except maybe with the Universal monsters. But by the time they combined together, it was after the peak, and they were in Abbott and Costello movies, but or a couple would combine. But well, no, that's not true.
There was this Destroy All Monsters.
Well, yeah, the Japanese did that with yes, but yeah, that's true. That's true. But mainly, yeah,
I think there was there was an 80s version of like a TV movie version of the Avengers or something too. There were earlier incarnations of some of these superhero things that are completely obscure and forgotten about that weren't very good.
They never did an Avengers one. I think someone put together like a pretend one on YouTube, but yeah, the characters as they were adapted in the 70s as TV movies and TV series were really awful. I mean,
I like the Spider-Man. I like the Spider-Man from the 70s.
Yeah,
I thought that was cool.
Those movies.
Because they were using like real stunts, and it felt very human scale and relatable too.
I didn't like it because it really bore no resemblance to the comic book at all. Which had
I don't know. I mean, I could accept that. I mean, it's a TV show. I mean, I could separate TV show from comic book.
Well, even as a 12-year-old, I couldn't take it. The Hulk was an okay series, but it was just The Fugitive, basically.
I love the Hulk. I mean, yeah.
But No, Spider-Man had a great cast of characters, and Peter Parker was an interesting person, and that guy from Sound of Music was just not an interesting person at all. And
Oh yeah, I mean, maybe it reverberated with me in a different way because I wasn't really that into Peter Parker. It wasn't my comic book as a kid, really.
well, so that's exactly it. It's like that's why my wife might like one of these new Marvel movies, and I hate it because she's never read the comics. But the Japanese did a much better job. At the same time, they got that Toei Studios got the rights to do Spider-Man over in Japan, same year as the 78 as the American series, and they made this batshit crazy movie where it was some kind of alien spider that get, and he had this giant robot and a flying car and giant monsters, and he fought this monster that looked like the Thing from the Fantastic Four. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't comic book accurate. His suit looked better, and the stunts, it looked more like the comic book, and the stunts were better. It just was, he wasn't named Peter Parker. It was just, it's kind of like how the United States bastardized the
okay, so was this like a license thing, or was this like a knockoff?
Oh no, his license. Marvel gave him permission.
It was licensed. All right.
Yeah. Oh,
Kelly Savalas was in it?
No. Man
I made this because I thought the problem with the Spider-Man TV show is he didn't have a supervillain. And so I made this fake movie poster where Telly Savalas would be Kingpin. Robert
that would have been awesome.
Yeah.
You took that from there's a film I know. There's a Telly Savalas film. Yep. Oh God, what is the name of it? I know that's the poster that you took and you blended with Spider-Man.
I sure did.
It was called. I'll think of it in a second. It was like a espionage action film. What the hell is the name of that? Damn it! I had the VHS of that. That film.
It wasn't Faceless, was it?
Was it?
Faceless?
No, it was a film
Jesse Franco?
This is the Spider-Mobile from that Japanese show.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
that
cool.
show was great. You can see the suit looks much better than that Nicholas Hammond one.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Did you ever see Rape Man of Edo?
No, I've heard of it. But
yeah, it's pretty nuts, man. It's pretty nuts.
The movie you were thinking about was Inside Out, by the way.
Inside Out, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, I was looking that up. Yeah, I had the VHS of that, so I remember that cover.
Japan, my wife lived in Japan for a couple of years. There's like no crime. You can walk the streets, feel perfectly safe. But in their culture, they get into some of the most horrible stuff. And, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is considered an erotic thriller over there. They consider that erotic. So, inside their minds, they might be a little perverse, but they keep it there. And society is wonderfully calm and crime-free. The Yakuza, they're in a special part of town, and they're not out spraying graffiti and,
Yeah, they have they have a interesting relationship to, organized crime over there. It's not like a vilified thing. It's just
they're more like businessmen.
Of society.
Here they're in the White House.
I'll be right back.
Sure. I got to go to the restroom too. So why don't you guys talk while we go pee?
Yeah, John, I thought the Spider-Man show, I loved it when I was a kid because at least we were getting some Spider-Man. They should have had a super villain. And with your low-budget TV show, instead of just punching out, the jewel smugglers or whoever Spider-Man was fighting that week, the easiest guy to do for low budget would have been the Chameleon, because his power is basically he just takes on masks and shapes of other people, and you could have pulled that off on TV, but they just had him, picking on the bank robbers over here, picking on the bank robbers over there. It seems.
Yeah, the one I saw was there's like a guy who's running like a mind control cult.
Okay.
it was very 70s, you know, because I guess that was kind of like there was a lot of that going around at the time. Like he was like a self-help kind of guru,
Right.
and I just remember the action as being very endearing, because it was you know, like they would do stunts, but it would just be like the stunt of him like the guy like hanging like stretched out like over like a hallway or something, you know, and
Right.
it would be like a real man, but he's like, you know, he's got his four limbs stretched out, and it's not it doesn't look like something like a normal person could do. I mean, you'd have to be pretty damn like strong and, you know, athletic and adroit to be able to, like, you know, do that and, like, you know, do some of these moves. But it wasn't beyond belief. It looks like something like a kid would do. It's the kind of thing that if I saw that when I was like 7 years old, I might try it on the you know, the play set and the playground.
And even though Spider-Man had its limitations, it was a progressive step up, because when you think about the Adam West Batman and they're climbing up the bat rope against the wall, everybody knows they're just turning the camera sideways. And then, oh, look, here's a famous movie star sticking their head out the window having a chit chat with Adam West.
Yeah.
But they went from a guy that looks like he's actually climbing, and it was a pretty cool with the base.
But it's not that the technology of 1966 wouldn't allow that. They were doing that to be funny because it was a sitcom. They just didn't. They actually had a laugh track on it at one time, and then they realized they stripped it off that pilot. I mean, it was meant to, you know, it was meant to be funny, and they meant that to be, you know, something that you would laugh at. That people look at it, oh, they're so naive back in 1966. That's the best technique. No, they could have done better than that. But there was a film made, an amateur film called The Green Goblin's Last Stand, made in the early, when did the Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire come out? That must have been about it was right after 9/11. So this must have been in the late 90s.
Something like that.
What now?
2003, I think the first Spider-Man.
It probably was 2002, because I remember there was the first trailer for the movie had Spider-Man. He had a helicopter webbed to the World Trade Center, and then when that went down, they quickly got rid of that trailer. I'm sure you can see it on YouTube. But anyway, this guy I think his name was Dan Poole. He made a feature film about the storyline where Gwen Stacy is killed and the Green Goblin's killed, and he plays Spider-Man himself. And it's, you know, shot amateurishly, but he actually did all his own stunts. He actually went out there and was swinging on ropes around buildings, jumping. He was really talented, and it was that was really interesting. Of course, once the Spider-Man movie came out with Tobey Maguire, a lot of that was CGI, but he was doing it for real. That was interesting. It was called The Green Goblin's Last Stand. It might be on YouTube. I'll check real quick.
Oh yeah, you showed that on your channel about a year ago, I think.
I did. Well, maybe when I was, let's see. I bet it's on. But yeah, that was pretty cool. Let's see. So yeah.
If I'm going to make this movie, I've got to take off.
Yeah, that's right. You said it's Flashdance, huh?
No, it's called Cry for Me, Billy, 1972.
Oh, okay.
It's playing at the New Beverly.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I'm supposed to meet a friend there.
Okay, cool. Is that the theater that Quentin Tarantino owns?
Yeah. I was going to go see it tomorrow, but this friend of mine's there tonight, and so I told him I'd be there tonight. Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
yeah. I hate to.
No, it's great to have you
Really
on,
not.
and hopefully you'll come on again sometime.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is fun. There's a lot more to talk about for sure.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So.
Yeah, good to see you, Damon.
Yeah. It was, actually the laptop's. I forgot my charger in my car, and the laptop's about to die anyway. So.
Oh no.
So yeah, I'll see you guys all again soon. Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate
Love your
appreciate
movies.
the.
Take care.
Yeah. Talk to you soon. Thanks. If I can figure out how to.
There
He
he goes.
figured it out.
So anyway, yeah, it looks like it's on YouTube or maybe a shortened version. I remember it being longer than this. This is just this is it. It's 51 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably shot on VHS. Let's see if I can find it.
Probably.
Anyway, it covers some of the same ground that the first Spider-Man movie did, because it was basically that storyline. So what else went on at Christmas, guys?
So this guy making this movie, he just did it for just the love of.
Oh yeah, he's a Spider-Man fan, and
Okay.
I guess he always wanted to see a Spider-Man movie, and yeah, it's 1992 is the date.
Oh, all right.
Um,
Yeah, I mean nothing. 1992. Nothing much was going on with the property.
no. Oh, and then there's a making of that's in that's longer than the actual movie. The making of special. So yeah, it's just about everything's on YouTube.
Micah, have you watched those Star Trek Continues episodes? The ones with I think his name is Vic Mignogna, the guy that plays Kirk. No.
No.
Oh,
they're
you
here.
know about those?
They've been going on for there's a lot of them.
Oh, I think I've seen some of
They're
those.
two
Yeah,
separate-
They're pretty watchable. They're pretty good. I like it.
Yeah,
they
they're a lot
basically
of fun.
recreate the aesthetics of the original series.
They do. So
One was called Star Trek Continues, and
Mhm.
one was called. One had a guy that was in his spare time an Elvis impersonator, playing Kirk, and the
Mhm.
other one had a guy that looked a lot more like William Shatner. I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
if they
the-
both used the same sets. They recreated the sets of the Enterprise flawlessly.
the writing as well.
The writing, some of the original writers wrote for them. They got people to come back, like I think George Takei, and
I think you'd like it.
and
You like the
Sulu
original
came
series.
back. Yeah, there's a great one about. There's a couple that get into woke shit about Kirk's nephew who's gay or something, and it's some kind of metaphor for AIDS or something, which is possibly something Roddenberry would have done if Star Trek existed today. But no, it's exactly, they use the music from the original Star Trek. The lighting is done, the color lighting, everything's spot on. 1960s. They even have the original peacock spreading its wings, saying the following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Wow.
It's let me see if I can't pull up a few seconds of it. No, I'll do it on my phone. That way I won't have any danger of.
Did any of you guys ever see The Last Dinosaur with Richard Boone? I believe it was.
Oh, that's another one of those TV movies from that time period.
Was it a TV movie? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That, from the early 70s. Those were
I think Rankin Bass had something to do with it.
Could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I remember it, and I think
It had, dude, it was trippy, man. Like the
think-
monsters in it, and like I mean the dinosaurs and the prehistoric creatures in it, and just like the look of the thing was really wild.
this Kirk guy looks a lot like him. Some of them are sequels to original episodes, like they have a sequel to the Mirror Mirror episode, and this guy looks a lot like Shatner. They have there was one that was really good. I wish I could remember.
See, honestly, I'd rather watch like that, what you just showed there, as a movie, as like a feature length movie,
Well,
as
the
opposed to like one of
feature-length
the recent
movies,
Star Treks.
the feature length movies never look like the old show.
Right, but that's true. That's true.
That's one thing I hate. This looks just like you're watching the real show. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it's perfect.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, it's uncanny.
So
Wow.
Energy barrier surrounding our galaxy. Commander Spock sought the help.
The guy that does Kirk is pretty famous. His name is Vic Mignogna, and he's a very famous anime voice actor. He's not a young guy. He's a guy that's kind of close to our age, and he's worked in Japan in anime for like 30 years, and he's like a top dog. And he kind of crosses over with us in that he was Me Too'd a couple years ago and became kind of a part of Comicsgate. He is he appears on like some of the Comicsgate channels that kind of cross into our realm. You know what I mean? He's
someone has a question for me.
yeah, that's my wife.
Okay.
Now they have sequels to episodes, like they have a sequel to Who Mourns for Adonis, and they had the original actor that played Apollo come back. So anyway, it's
That's
good.
why he does such a good job.
I've heard a lot of those stories about that Victor dude. It seems like he was like screwed over by just a lot of malicious people.
How did he find the Gratu Orlov inspirational channel? My wife's asking how you discovered the channel.
God knows, man. I don't know. It stumbled upon.
Because you're not really a comic book person, but
maybe there's a couple of comic book people who I do follow, just because I just tangent. What's the word?
Tangentially.
There you go. One of them is this guy called Comics with your boy Zach.
Oh,
that's the guy.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
Main Comicsgate, like the first
Right.
one. Really.
Yeah. And I follow him just because he has interesting things to say, and about the industry, about his life, about the world. So I follow him. I follow. Did you ever hear of the Fourth Age?
No.
Okay,
The Fourth World?
The Fourth Age. He does he does his own self promotion. He makes his own comic books. I'm not going to disparage them. It doesn't look like the sort of thing that I'd ever be into, but he has these long kind of like 1 hour takes on the nature of something like virtue, or like whatever, the inversion of virtue in modern comics or something. And he would just go on these big kind of like erudite spiels about stuff. And he's fun to watch. And then I also watch what's his name, Ethan Van Sciver, because he's sometimes funny. Not always.
Because I sound just like that guy. Like my voice sounds like him. That Night Tiger Comics guy, he says I sound just like Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh, you do. You do kind of sound like him a little bit. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah. Somewhat.
Eric has to work in the morning. I guess is he in a different time zone than us?
Who, Eric? Yeah, he's
Eric?
Eastern.
Oh, Kentucky's Eastern. Yeah, okay. So it's 12:30. Yeah. I don't work till the 4th. But anyway, I think I interrupted. Sorry.
Oh,
You're
no.
talking about Ethan Van Sciver.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, I've never really read any of his work, but I can tell he's a talented artist.
I mean, Ethan Van Sciver, I mean, I've seen the stuff of his work that he shows on his show, and yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It looks like the kind of thing that I would really like dig when I was younger, because it's very kind of it's very detailed, and it's very kind of like just like obsessively detailed, and it's a pretty crazy look. It's a kind of thing that I'm trying to get away from, like me, like personally, like just aesthetically, just kind of like where I'm at in my own progress. I like things that feel like the composition is more kind of important than like really fine rendering, this kind of thing. That's just because like where my interests are at the moment. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really too into comics anymore. I mean, I'd like to find a comic book artist now that was doing stuff that I really liked, but I'm just never in a comic book store. I'm never buying comics. There is a pretty good comic book store near me, but I usually just waltz around and look at figures and random stuff, and I don't really. I can't be accumulating like stuff anymore in my life. I'm trying to deaccumulate. And whenever like I buy something, I feel like I should be making stuff instead of buying stuff.
Yeah.
That's my cross to bear. Like as a creative person, I should be always doing and not either like consuming or accumulating. And it sucks because even like movies, I got shit. I probably have like 200 movies here that I haven't seen. I just haven't seen them. And the other 200, I'd really like to sit down and rewatch. Some because they're movies I really love, and some because I haven't seen them in like forever, and I wonder if they're the same as how I remember them. But goddamn, I just you get older and you don't have the time. You just don't have the freaking time.
How do we find that movie that you were talking about that's ultra shocking to people?
The ultra shocking movie?
You told me there was one that was just notorious, that is legendary for how it upsets people. I don't know.
I don't know. What were we talking about? Ichi the Killer, maybe?
No, of your movies.
Oh, my movies.
You said there was one that was really extreme, and I don't know how to find that.
Oh, that would be Chirpy. Yeah.
Chirpy, right.
Yeah.
And where do you think that's available?
It should be available on YouTube. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't really show the movie anymore because I've kind of gone on from it. You know, it's like it's part of my past. I don't disavow it or anything, but it's not where I'm at now, and I've kind of like moved on in terms of like my interests and such.
But you've
So
got like
it doesn't really represent me. But I'm glad that people like it. I'm glad that they're watching it. I wish I knew where to direct you to find it, but you can find it. I mean, it shouldn't be impossible. It's I know people have uploaded it and put it on YouTube or wherever. Yeah, it's not that extreme. It's not that extreme. If you've seen like any like, I mean, it's an animated film. Okay, it's an animated. For the other people here, it's an animated film about like this little bird, this like cute little bird who has sex with a horse, you know, like a big fucking horse, and it's very graphic, and yeah, it's a spoof on porn films.
And that's you think they keep that up on YouTube?
Yeah, no, a fan of mine years ago put it up on YouTube, and it got pulled down, and then he made an appeal to YouTube, and they put it back up because I guess like sexual deviancy or sexual degeneracy or whatever you want to call it, I guess that's okay on YouTube. We just can't talk about the other C word, you know.
Yeah. So, so that was cool. That
I don't think that the movie's that shocking though. It's like if you've seen like a real porn film, like if you saw, I mean, like a good porn film, like Devil and Miss Jones, like that's a good porn film. If you've seen that, then like, I don't know, maybe sure. It's hard for me to say because, you know, I made the thing and it's coming from me. So
yeah,
I don't know what people are really shocked by, really that much.
My wife, my wife's asking what different mediums you work with.
Do you mean in terms of just like making pictures, like drawing pictures?
Maybe she's talking about like in your sketchbook or whatever.
Okay. I just use like really kind of like lowbrow materials like Sharpies, or I'll use like acrylics, you know, like acrylic washes. And then sometimes I'll just use like pens, or like colored pencil. You know, nothing fancy. Just so long as it kind of dries, you know, it dries quickly. I don't have
that's
to wait
my problem. I can't do oil painting because I can't. I'm not patient enough.
Yeah, neither am I. I could never.
But I was told by this artist girl once that if I wanted to recreate the look of Basil Gogo's Famous Monsters cover, that I should use something called gouache.
Oh, gouache. Yeah.
Because I only do acrylic. And
gouache takes a long time to dry, though. Also,
it almost doesn't even really dry. Kind of.
Yeah. Really?
Kind of remains sticky unless you put like a fixative over it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a weird material.
Oh, she's asking if you sculpt and do other things like that.
Yeah, I sculpt. Oh, here, I'll show you. I have to sculpt a certain amount of stuff because I animate, and sometimes I need like little models and shit. Mm-hmm. So here, let me get this.
Let me make you bigger here.
Yeah. So this is just something I made out of yeah, I made this. I sculpted this out of a nicotine gum, out of the grossest thing. And, these are little, like little plastic eyeballs that came off some Halloween freaking decoration. And this is like some kind of like, little kid's costume teeth here.
So what film has he seen? What film has he seen in? Various ones?
None so far. He was kind of made for something that I kind of abandoned, and I don't know. Maybe I'll put him in something or other. He is a decent stop motion critter though, because you could really bend this. any which way, and the gum material. It's actually a good material because you could go in there with an instrument of some sort and you sculpt it somewhat if you were so inclined. So, yeah, I sculpt weird things, and I have like a freaking boxes and boxes full of like weird crap that I had to make. But sometimes I just like, I'll collect weird crap like this guy, here. He's got Christmas candies in him right now, but you can see he's.
Yeah, I've got one like that, but I've lost most of the pieces that go in him, so now he's kind of like an invisible man. Oh,
yeah,
good.
I got his organs. His organs are in a little bag, sitting in a toolbox. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a problem that you have as an artist. Is you wind up collecting a lot of weird crap. Because some of it you just because you're drawn to, other because you think it might be useful for something, and then you find it's not really that useful for anything. But or maybe it is useful for something, you just have it around. I think that's a big part of it. It's like you have to live with stuff. You have to live with stuff until it kind of seeps into your subconscious, and then you can really figure out what it's about and how you want to work it. It's kind of like it's sort of like making a film. Like I'm working on this animation now, and it's like there's all these things I wanted to do. You storyboard this and that and in the next thing, and you're like, oh, that wasn't really that good of an idea. But here's this other thing that I could do. And the other thing that you could do is actually the thing that's more, it's more basic. It's more kind of like, oh, well, shit, why didn't I think of that first? It's because you had this other crap cluttering your mind before you could get to the more kind of primal thing that you were after in the first place. I'm just talking like just fucking a lot of woo-woo shit. So
for people that haven't seen any of your work, what would you think should be what should they start with?
Oh, the one that I like a lot, maybe I think Ghost Tank 1 is a good one. It's just like a ghost and tank and then the numeral 1. That was part of like a 4-part series. I think I've put that character to bed at this point because I don't know where else to take him or what to explore with him. And I'm kind of just onto other stuff now. So that was one that I was happy with, came out well. I think the 4th one that I finished 2 years ago now, I think that one came out well. That's the one with the girl robot. Did you see that one? The girl robot, and he's on a talk show and shit. And
well, I tried looking up Ghost Tank because you sent those stickers, those advertisements for Ghost Tank, and I tried looking it up, and all I was getting were results for the DC War comic, The Haunted Tank, and then my wife was able to look it up, and she magically found your channel.
Oh,
somehow she could get it, but I couldn't. But
that's strange. I don't know. I don't know why she couldn't. You couldn't. But
I think maybe the way she spaced it or something, or I don't know what it was. But anyway, I found it. So and you have how many channels?
Just one.
Just one. And then there's other stuff out on people that because like you have some fan channels where people interview you or something.
Some guy interviewed me like years ago. A fan of mine. That's up somewhere, but no, I haven't really like been doing a whole bunch of interviews. There's this guy I know in Florida. He had some TV show on what was it? Discovery Channel, and he's doing all kinds of stuff. And I don't know. He wanted to. He's been talking about it for years. He wanted to make a documentary about me. I don't know how exciting it would be because it would just be mostly me talking, like pointing at this and pointing at that, and I guess talking about my process or whatever. So I don't know how exciting it would be for any viewers, but he wanted to do that. Then he wanted me to travel to freaking Florida so he could have, set up the interview with the lights just the way he wanted and everything. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't know. It would be a pain in the ass for me. I told him to come up here.
Yeah, I should interview you in where you live. It's just
my habitat, my actual
yeah.
habitat. I tried to tell him that, but you know how filmmakers are. They have like certain ideas about how they want things to do things. And my feeling about a documentary is like these these are my lights. These are the actual lights that are here. So like if someone's like going to come and do a documentary, they should just come with their basic camera, a camera or two, just their basic stuff that they need, and the lighting is going to be whatever is around, like in the habitat, because that would be the documenting of the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's not about setting it all up. It's already all set up. You just got to come and document the freaking thing. But anyhow, that's my philosophy on making documentaries. I haven't really made a lot of documentaries. I have one sort of documentary style thing on my channel where a friend of mine who's collected a lot of my stuff over the years. I don't really talk with him much anymore. Not that we've had like an official falling out or anything, but you just sort of drift apart from people or whatever. But over the years, he wound up collecting a lot of my work. Some of it I'd take in trade. He would help me with this or that, or he'd give me some money. And he wound up with a lot of, because I was just making like a lot of stuff, just like crap, like this, and he's got like, drawers and drawers full of like crap like that. And, but that's not something I shot. That's something I had someone else who knows how to shoot. And I just cut it together in a way I thought was amusing. And like that's my idea of a documentary. A documentary is like, no, it's the actual thing. It's not like, you're setting something up to be something,
Yeah. So
like this is a documentary, we could just, if people were interested in it enough, we could show this as like a 4-hour documentary on a bunch of guys sitting around just shooting the shit in various locations. I don't know how it would all tie together or be interesting for someone.
Yeah, I like this kind of thing. I like to watch. Meyer, were you watching some of his movies just now?
Yeah, I'm looking at
all the in your glasses. I could see the reflection of all these flashing lights, and you were laughing.
I watched about half of Ghost Tank 1, and now I'm looking at all your thumbnails. Your work is great, John. I really like it.
Oh, well, thank you, Meyer.
Yeah, I just subscribed to you. Really, really cool. I love your use of space. Like that was what I noticed. First off, when I first saw the sketchbook that you brought to, was I really like that you use up all of the space. Like that's what I appreciate, is that everything is covered with color, and it's all part of the composition. I like that.
Yeah, well, thank you. I've been trying with that. a lot. Like I was iterating before, I'm trying to get away from excessive detail and trying to go for more punchy composition. You know, like the thing I'm working on right now, I'm trying to like really limit like the amount of like elements that are on screen, and I'm trying to really limit the palette, the color palette. You know, I really like kind of like was really struck by the stuff that like Frank Miller was doing in the early '90s with his Sin City comics. You know, when he would just have like black, white, red, or black, white, red, and yellow, stuff like that. Which I always thought that stuff was really gutsy, but I was always afraid to go there because I don't know, man. I was kind of like raised, kind of like trained like as an illustrator, and when you're trained as an illustrator, you're thinking more kind of like not as a graphic design person.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like when I say illustrator, I mean like rendering and shit. Which I love. I love like, beautifully rendered stuff too. But I at this point in my life, I'm trying to get away from that.
Yeah.
I understand that. Yep. Hey, Gratu, have you heard of a channel? You're talking earlier about I don't know, like extreme films, like maybe like real edgy gore or extreme gross out film type, that sort of thing, right? There's a channel on YouTube called Unboxed, Watched, and Reviewed, and it's this guy who's pretty entertaining, who orders the edgiest of disgusting porn, like, and not even necessarily porn. I don't even know you would call it porn, but it's like German scat, or like edgy, weird basement, horrible filmmakers. Well, this guy has developed a relationship over time with these filmmakers and discovered these creepy genres, and that's him right there. Wow. And he orders these movies and then he watches them and makes videos, but because the videos or the movies are so horrible, he can't actually show very much. So mostly it's just him and his dog sitting on the couch reacting, but he describes much of what's happening, and it's pretty comical. The guy's pretty funny, but I mean, when it comes to like edgy, disgusting film, like when I discovered that channel, I was like, I had no idea that there were people that were making like these horrible movies.
There's also a channel called Red Letter Media that's a lot of fun, where they review just mainstream movies, but they pretend to be drinking while they're doing it, and that they're working in a VCR repair store. And it's the same guy that used to do the reviews of Star Wars, where he'd talk over the whole movie like he's a serial killer. I forget what his name was, but that was Red Letter Media. That's entertaining.
I mean, my relationship with like, extreme material would be like, I want a good movie. I don't care that much about the subject matter. Now, as a viewer, there's certain subject matter that I'm more like comfortable with because it's like genre. And when you're going into genre, there's things that you expect, and when they're kind of delivered, it's kind of like satisfying on just kind of like in sort of like a a soul food kind of way. but when it comes to like things that are extreme, it's like, yeah, I like a lot of movies that would be considered extreme, but they're also good movies, you know, like
Yeah.
Devil and Miss Jones. Yeah,
Right.
it's filth, it's porn, but it's a good movie. You know, it's beautifully shot. It's well, you know, acted. Um, it's beautiful. You know, it's very nicely scored. It's put together well. It's got a nice kind of sequence of events. It does have like a narrative that kind of circles around, and yeah, it's genuinely a good movie, just as much as any other thing is a good movie. Just based on you know, just the elements of a film. Now, it's a movie that's all about fucking, sure, but that's kind of like besides the point, you know. I'm trying to think of like some other films that,
Well, as far as gore movies,
or like Sallow, you know. I mean, that's a horrific film,
yeah.
but it's also a great movie. It's unforgettable. It'll knock you through a loop. It'll give you something to think about, and it'll you know, shake you to your core.
Yeah, I try to avoid
but
that
it's
kind of stuff.
it's authentically a good movie by a good filmmaker. You know,
Yeah.
so that's what I'm responding to. Besides, you know, the subject matter.
Well, as far as gore, if it's historically accurate war movie, that's I like that. If it's a monster movie, I like that. I don't like gore in I'm not really into slasher movies because
yeah, I think most
there's
slasher movies are
fantasy
trash.
element to it. I mean, it could be this if someone so I'm not into Friday the 13th or any of these slasher movies.
No,
But if it's a
don't.
monster doing the same thing to someone, then I don't mind because there's a fantasy element. It's not something that really happens in the real world. And then the other kind
Yeah,
of gore movie I like are the silly movies like you know, the Herschel Gordon Lewis kind of thing where it's just fun. And or you know, but if it's Dawn of the Dead, you know, so it's a fantastic element to it, then I like it, but I don't like it in just something that's just completely, to me, gratuitous. I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre has a fantasy element to me, and it's also to me has a dark humor element to it. So to me, that's
yeah.
not a slasher movie or
Well, I
Halloween.
mean, like something like Maniac. With,
Maniac is put.
Joe Spinell.
Yeah, I saw it.
I don't think it's that good of a movie.
No, it's not like something I want to do on a Saturday night. You know, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like something like that. I'm glad I saw it. I think that it's I think it's a somewhat interesting movie. I just bring that one up because it's a popular title. I'm not really a big fan of the Friday the 13th films. Just because there was nothing there that really interested me that much about them. I thought that they were kind of really very mediocre and boring.
Yeah, that or Freddy Krueger, or although
I wasn't not that big into the Elm Street films. I thought the first one was okay.
I like the third one. I think there was one called the Dream Warriors that was more.
I never even got around to that one.
Yeah, that one was actually good. That's probably the last one I saw.
Have you guys seen The Greasy Strangler?
Oh, I've heard of that.
I don't think so.
No. So it's you were talking earlier about the stuff that would surprise you that exists that they let stay up on YouTube. So the Greasy Strangler, I'm pretty sure, is still up on YouTube. Let me check.
I remember hearing about that a few years
I
ago.
really recommend this movie. This movie
Yeah.
is a comedy horror movie that is a cult film that came out within the last maybe 6 or 8 years that really only exists, as far as I know, within the world of YouTube, kind of within our kind of edgy side of YouTube. And I don't even know that much about the people that made the movie or who are in the movie, but it has a John Waters feel to it. A lot of the actors in the film are clearly not actors. They're clearly real people.
Well, you
and-
gotta buy it or rent it.
What's it called? The Greasy? It's
the Greasy Strangler.
It's not
Yeah.
free.
So you have to.
There's-
It used to be free on YouTube.
Well, that's not free. Now it's just buy or rent. But sometimes you can find someone else that uploads it for free.
No, it's there, man. Look up a channel called Bruno Rosas. Just look up The Greasy Strangler 2017. It's free.
Okay.
If you look up The
Man, I
Greasy
wish I could
Strangler,
remember the guy that makes these movies with homeless
watching.
people.
Good.
Like the entire cast of his movies. He's an actor that's in like Cabin Fever and some other. He's like a.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. I know who
forget
you're
his
talking
name.
about.
It's like an Italian name. He just gets all these homeless drug addicts to star. in his
I've
movies.
seen one of those movies. Yeah.
One's called Trailer Park, I think, something like that. But they're they can be very amusing.
They're okay. They have they have a certain kind of like uniqueness to them.
Yeah, there it is, free. Yeah, Bruno Rosas. Yeah,
This guy, the Greasy Strangler guy, he kind of has a little like Wes Anderson thing going. You know, that deadpan kind of that it kind of this overly processed desire to make it look authentically underprocessed. You understand what I'm talking about? That Wes Anderson look, like the inside of the Tenenbaum's house. Like it looks like a house you've been in, but clearly it's a set, right? You know, that's what the Greasy Strangler looks like.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to look fake, but at the same time it looks real. You know what I mean? Like, you know. It's clearly surrealistic. It's like a John Waters flavor to it. It's obviously not really happening. There's just a weird thing to the whole movie.
Yeah. Well, speaking of like John Waters, like, you know, I think, you know, one of his most famous movies, Pink Flamingos, I think Pink Flamingos is just outrageously overrated. Well, I don't know if the word overrated is. It's just like it didn't. It's. I think it's one of his lesser movies. Like it's not that good. I think he made some better movies around that time. You know, I think Female Trouble is better. I think was it Desperate Living is better. It's just Pink Flamingos is people remember it because, you know, Divine eats dog shit and some guy you know like singing with his asshole or something, you know.
Well, that's, you know, those aren't the things I actually remember the most. I think I remember the egg lady more and them licking everything in someone's apartment. And
yeah, that's right.
But I think what I remember most is the use of 1950s rock and roll throughout it, which I think was probably far more subversive than the eating of the dog shit, because hippies are, and we were talking about this earlier, how, you know, liberals don't like the past, and the hippies hated the 50s. They thought that represented, you know, their parents and everything they were rebelling against. So
Sure.
by putting that 50s rock and roll in there and then targeting it to this hipster 1971, 72 crowd. That's just like a
Yeah,
cross.
they literally didn't want to hear it.
Oh yeah, no, and it's great because he loves that music, and and I think that the not the musical shitty, but the movie he made, Hairspray, I think that it could be his greatest film. I mean, it's
I
a
never
real
saw
movie.
Hairspray.
It's a real movie, and it can actually be shown to kids, and kids love it, and it introduces them into the wonderful forgotten music and dances of another time period, and kids can't believe what they're saying. They love it so much because it shows them there was this wonderful world that once existed. It's really good. I mean, it's not. Doesn't have any gross out stuff in it too much. Maybe someone pukes at one point at a carnival. That's about it.
I mean,
What was the one with the scratch and sniff card that they handed out?
that was
Polyester, I think.
Polyester.
Yeah, that was a decent movie. That was okay.
I think that was the first one I saw because I didn't see Pink Flamingos until years later, like until I saw it on VHS, like as an adult, like I don't know, 20 years ago or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like my problem with Pink Flamingos is just like I mean, I've kind of done this, as an artist myself. When you're just trying to, when you're just trying to shock, or you're just trying to upset, and I don't know. That's not sustaining. I don't think it's definitely not sustaining for the artist, and I don't think it is for the viewer either. Because they have no. There's no framework there to base anything on.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw it, I would, my friends and I just thought it was just horrible mid 80s, I guess, on VHS. And then I started thinking about it. I watched it another time and I laughed hysterically. I had a completely different reaction second time I saw it. And so, I don't know which one was the more true reaction. Another movie, sometimes you see a movie and you love it, then you see it another time and you hate it, or vice versa. And there was a movie called, it had two names, Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane. And then it was also called The Ninth Configuration, because I think they found out in the original release, they released it as Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane, and audiences had no idea what that even meant. And anyway, I remember really loving it the first time, and the second time I thought it was really pretentious, and I don't know what it was. If I see it again now, I'd love it again.
That reminds me. Did you ever see the one? It was called The Visitor.
Sounds familiar.
Oh my god! It had like this insane, like all-star cast. I know John Huston was in it.
Is it a ghost movie?
Shelley Winters was in it. Oh god, Glenn Ford was in it.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, and it's a far out movie. It's a little bit like The Omen. Okay. It's a little bit like The Exorcist. It's a little bit like The Bad Seed. It's a little bit like Village of the Damned. It's a trippy movie, man. It's fucking trippy, but it's really cool.
You ever see Johnny Got His Gun?
Oh, yeah, I've meant to see that. I've been meaning to see that over the years and years and years. I remember it from the Metallica video.
Oh, yeah.
You read the book? I read the book. When I was in the Army during a deployment, I read that book.
That's a good one to read.
Well, I imagine books usually better. I haven't read the book, but
It's haunting. The book is probably just like the movie. The whole thing is from his point of view. It's all written from his point of view. And it's Dalton Trumbo, I think the guy's name is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find The Visitor right now.
Yeah. It's all. Yeah, I guess they did use clips from the movie in that video.
1979, The Visitor. It looks like it's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's worth checking out. It's an experience.
Or no, it's not. It's one of those fake ones.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like it's there, but it's in French or something.
Exactly. It wasn't even a real one.
Yeah.
You know what I just rewatched recently a couple days ago? Tubi's got a lot of good stuff. I just rewatched 5,000 Fingers of Dr. T, which I hadn't seen in years, like probably 20.
I never heard of that one.
Wow.
5,000 Fingers of Dr. T.
It's designed by Dr. Seuss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize that he wrote it all too. So I thought just like the stages.
This is an animation.
Dr. Seuss, but it's live action, and it's a musical. He wrote it all, and he wrote all the music too. I was kind of surprised by that, but it's a great movie. It's a kind of a classic, maybe a cult classic, right?
Yeah, cult classic. Most people have never heard of it.
It's beautifully shot, right? The music is really good. The acting is great, and it's got this really eerie, creepy feel to it that's real similar to what was that one brought to Invaders from Space or Invaders from Mars? The whole movie about the alien invasion is actually a dream in a little boy's head, right?
Oh yeah.
The police department, and that's when you first see that everything is kind of weird because the inside of the police department is really weird looking, right?
Yeah.
High ceilings and everything. So this movie is similar to that in that it's all a dreamlike situation, and it's all from the viewpoint of like a 10-year-old boy. Really well done. And it holds up really well, man. I mean, it was just as good as I always remembered it being.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize Dr. Seuss ever did anything besides those children's books.
Boy, and how about those children's books, right? That we kind of took for granted, and it kind of turned out that once again it was he had a real Orwellian, taste to his stuff, right? All those morals and the ethics that were in those stories, like that one about the Sneetches. Remember the star-bellied Sneetches that thought they were better than everybody else because they had stars on their bellies, right?
Yeah.
And then the bitter butter battle, where there were people who are arguing whether you should butter your bread butter side up or butter side down. Yeah. And it was a lot of it was about communism, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, guys, it's getting late. I'm going to turn in.
Yeah, it really is. So, yeah.
Thanks for having me, Gratu.
Sure.
Yeah, it's been fun hanging out, man. Yeah, I don't know when I can get back on the show, but it would be fun at some point when I got something to push.
Well, whenever I do a live broadcast, if you see me on, just pop on.
Yeah, cool. I might do that for giggles.
And I hope that all these people watching A Christmas Story think, gosh, I want to see some more movies by this director that made this heartwarming movie. I hope they go look up his other movies. That's always entertained me, that this Christmas classic now, the director, Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, Death Dream, both Porky's movies. And he follows Porky's 2 with A Christmas Story. It's hilarious to me.
Yeah.
But anyway.
All
right. So I'll see you guys.
We'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Take it easy,
bye,
guys.
everybody. Just.